A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
I'm coming. Who is it? Hello, Bertha. Come on in.
I come for the sheets to wash.
I got them all ready for you in the bedroom.
Good, I get them.
I'll get them. You do enough running. You sit down here a minute and rest.
Oh, no, all day long I have been sitting. Fritz had an old sweater, and I had to make new sleeves for it.
You can do everything, can't you? Just like Mama.
Your Mama and I, we had a long time to learn.
No. It's more than that. I know because I'm just mastering buttons. And as for darning, never.
I don't like darning either.
You don't?
Mm-mm. Did your husband like the salmon mousse?
Oh, I knew I had something to tell you, Bertha. He loved it.
Ah, good.
And so did Mama.
And so did Fritz.
Did he know it was salmon?
When he finished, then I told him, and he didn't like it then. But already he had enjoyed it all.
Mom and David knew right off, and they liked it anyway. You know, that's really a compliment to you, Bertha. I'm glad there's some left, too. I'll have it for lunch tomorrow myself.
Put it in some tomatoes with mayonnaise over. It will be like a new dish.
I'll do just that. I'd use it tonight when Mr. Norton and I are going out to dinner. Besides, he's not mad about leftovers.
I noticed you're all dressed up nicely. You look so pretty. Is it a birthday, no?
No occasion. Mr. Norton just wanted to take me out to dinner, that's all.
Doing things like that makes you both stay young.
Hey, I told you never to leave this door open. Want to wake up murdered someday?
Oh, David, are you home?
Wait a minute, I'll ask myself. What about the door?
It's all right, I'm not alone.
Oh, hello, Bertha.
Good evening, Mr. Norton. I go now and get the laundry.
It's all right, Bertha. No hello for me?
Not one.
A kiss is better than a hello any day. You're home late.
I'm home early.
Seems late to me.
Should.
As a matter of fact, it seemed late to me all day today. How about you?
Since we've been married, time seems to slow up around 4 o'clock.
Be awful if it were lopsided, wouldn't it?
If what were?
Us. I mean, if the day seemed long to me and short to you.
Well, we could always buy a couple of watches.
Good night, Mr. Norton.
Good night. You're the chef of all chefs, Bertha.
Oh, Mr. Norton.
Stop blushing, Bertha. You know it's true.
Wait till you taste the goulash I made. I go now. I bring the sheets back soon.
No hurry. We've got lots more. We haven't really, but I can borrow some of Mama's.
Say, listen, you're going to have to get over that habit.
What do you mean?
Well, we can't be poaching on your mother's household indefinitely. We've got our own now.
Oh, she doesn't mind. She'd be insulted if we didn't.
I don't think she'd be so insulted.
You don't?
Darling, you know how I feel about your mother.
I only know you're wonderful to her, David. I could love you for that alone.
That's no good reason.
Oh, I didn't say it was the only reason.
You'd better not. See her today? She all right?
She says she's fine. I called and asked her to come over, but she says she's glad to be rid of us.
Good for Mama. I'll call her before we go out to dinner.
Oh, would you, David?
Mm-hmm. What are you doing?
Sitting down on the sofa.
Why?
So you can sit down beside me.
I thought we were going out for dinner.
Oh, we can eat a little later tonight,
I'll be starved later.
That's good. I'm all ready to go, so I won't hold you up. Say, David, guess what I did today?
Let's see. You washed your hair.
How could you tell? Does it look awful?
Not bad. It smells pretty.
You know, men are lucky. All they ever need is a haircut every 6 months.
I'd look lovely with a haircut every 6 months. Say, you know, I'm sorry I sat down.
Why?
Now I don't want to get up.
That's good.
Well, I feel like a new man after my shave. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute.
I thought you said you were all ready half an hour ago.
I was, but I'm not anymore.
What happened to unready you?
My hat won't stay on my head because of my hair.
Don't wear a hat.
I have to.
Why?
Because of my hair. It's all over the place. You called Mama?
I did that, too.
Well?
There was no answer.
That's funny. What do you suppose?
I suppose nothing.
Can't you even suppose a little where she's gone?
Nope, she's a big girl now. She can go where she wants.
That's true. Well, I'm ready. We're on our way.
At last. Let's go.
David, you hear that?
Somebody's trying to get in.
I wonder who it is.
Stand back, darling.
I will not. I don't want you to get shot.
Would you get out of my way now?
What are you going to do?
So you're the burglar, Mother.
Mama, what do you know?
You look so surprised.
I am. We thought you were out.
Trying a little house breaking, eh, Mother?
Claudia gave me this key just yesterday,
I did?
in case you were in the bathtub and I came over.
Oh, yes, so I did. Come on in, Mama.
Claudia, who else have you been giving keys to?
Oh, I give them to just anybody.
Well, I thought you'd be out for dinner. Claudia, didn't you say you were
I
going...
suppose that's why you came over.
Exactly.
Sorry to disappoint you, but we're a little off schedule.
Hey, come on and eat with us.
Thank you, no. I'll wait here for you. Now run along.
Not without you.
Then I'll turn around and go home again.
Oh, that's silly. What'll you do home? Have you had dinner?
David, tell her I did not come to eat.
You don't look as if you'd have dinner, have you?
None of your business.
See, David? She didn't.
By what secret code did you figure that out, Claudia?
When you've known Mama as long as I have, you'll know not to believe a word she says.
Pay no attention, David. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
And the funny part about it, Mother, is that she makes the most sense when she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Mommy, you stay here. We're about to have a family conference.
Imbeciles, the two of you.
Darling, what have you got in the icebox?
Practically nothing. Why?
Well, let's eat that. Maybe Mother will stay around and have dinner with us.
Darling, yes. She wouldn't go out with us. I know that much.
She'd think she'd be in the way.
David, listen to me. Don't you ever, ever let me catch you being so nice to anybody else's mother. You go ask her, darling. She must have been lonesome if she came over.
That's what I think. Mrs. Brown,
Yes?
how about joining us in potluck for dinner?
I wouldn't hear of it. Will you two go on out and eat?
It's the door.
I'll go.
Who now?
No, let me go.
I'm already there.
You think this is your house? David, who do you think?
Oh, fine. Good evening.
Oh, lady, did I make you on time?
You did, but the rest of the schedule's off.
What's that?
It's him again, David, the moving man.
Fine, ask him to dinner.
Did you call him?
No. Did you?
Of course not.
You can bring those things right in.
Our wedding presents. I'll bet, David, I'll bet she did that.
Oh, lady, these barrels ain't butterflies.
And we're supposed to be out while she unpacked them all.
She is the limit, that woman.
Hi, mister. You got your barrels.
Mama, you're terrible.
I decided to let you sleep with them for a while.
Right here in the hall.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Mama, you're an angel, you dope.
I wish you'd have been out of the way you were supposed to be. I'd have had everything arranged for you.
I'm glad we're not. I want to arrange them myself.
Sorry, girls. You'll have to move over. Now, come on, let's take it sideways.
Gotcha.
Easy. There we are.
Put her right in the middle of the room, David, huh?
I let her down.
Yeah, let her down easy there.
Okay. Well, that's one.
2 more to go.
Wait till I take off my coat.
Look, I'll try rolling the other one in.
Hey, Mama, let's open this one up and start taking things out, shall we?
What about your dinner?
Oh, it can wait. Come on.
All right. Come on.
There you go.
The second one.
There you are. Look, let's try rolling them, huh, mister?
Right.
You make an awful mess, Claudia.
Oh, who cares? Home isn't home without one's wedding presents around.
Watch out. Here's another one.
Get out of the way, Mama.
You get out of the way yourself.
All right. Here's another one. Look out, ladies. Watch your toes.
Oh, you toes.
Yeah, that's that.
We'll have to move the sofa out of here, Claudia.
Oh, no, they won't take half as much room when they're unpacked.
Oh, of course not. They'll shrink when they're out of the barrel.
Hey, look at this bonbon dish. Beautiful, isn't it?
You didn't like it so much at my house.
Well, it looks different here somehow.
Well, that's the last of them.
Sure got a lot of wedding presents, lady. Well, if that's all, I'll be running home to the missus.
It's awfully late. I hope she won't be worried.
We've been married 10 years almost.
Don't you worry after 10 years?
Nah.
Oh, well, you've been awfully nice. If we ever move again, we'll call you to help us.
I'll be looking forward to that, lady. I left that extra box in the hall.
What extra box?
The one I put those 2 silver pots in.
Aunt Louisa's soup tureen.
I was hoping you'd lost them on the way.
We don't lose nothing, mister. Now, night.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, Mama, here are the candlesticks. Look.
The first of a long line of candlesticks.
Claudia, let's have dinner while we do this. I'm hungry.
Say, that gives me an idea. We'll use our wedding presents tonight.
You go out. I'll unpack them.
Nothing doing.
I'll do it faster alone.
Conceited, too.
Well, here, what is this? Oh, the fish knives that look like little fish.
Say, we can use them tonight, too, Mama.
1 silver plate coming up.
David, what did we put on that?
Peanuts.
I'd forgotten that plate. It's not bad at all. Peanuts for it.
Peanuts on what?
Just unpack, don't ask questions.
Oh, I wish I'd never begun this. Wait a minute.
What have you got, Mama?
Silver cigarette box.
Oh, good. We'll put cigarettes in it. Here, hand me 3 bonbon dishes, Mama.
Oh, wait a minute, Madeline. Let's find them.
I'll be
Here
back
they
in
are.
a second.
There won't be room in here to turn around.
I'll put some of this stuff on the dining room table.
David.
Yes, Mother?
Really, I didn't mean to walk in and upset everything. I was going to...
I know, Mother. We're glad you're here. I have an idea Claudia was pretty lonesome all day.
She's got to get used to filling her own life.
She will. Just a little time.
Here are the napkins and glasses, 1 for each of us.
What are you cooking up, Claudia?
You'll see.
I'm not sure I want to see.
Keep unpacking, you two. I'll be right back.
You heard her, David. Unpack.
I am working like a beaver. Well, we're almost ready for another barrel. I didn't know we had so much stuff.
No.
Mama. Now, Mama, you find a chair to sit on.
They're occupied. There's a vase in each one.
Then pick up a piece of floor.
And make yourself comfortable.
What for?
Very simple. A christening.
Claudia, what is this?
What do you think it is?
The salmon mousse, of course. Dressed up in a tomato.
Sure, very elegantly.
Claudia, you're mad. We can't eat salmon mousse off a bonbon dish.
Why not?
That's right, Mother. Why not?
And we could christen the little fish knives, too.
Excellent, excellent.
You know, I thought since it was a cold leftover supper, we might just as well picnic in here.
That's very sensible, Claudia.
Well, aren't you going to eat, Mama?
I might as well.
David, if we lean against each other's backs, we'll be much more comfortable.
You know, I believe that's a good idea.
This is much nicer than eating out. This is wonderful.
I'm beginning to like this stuff.
Mama, you, all our own things around.
And our old friend, the salmon.
David.
Well, I don't like to interrupt this, but if you two would move over, there'd be room on the floor for me.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. You know, it gives a hostess a mighty nice feeling to know she has a supply of frosty Coke in the refrigerator. Now that Coca-Cola is more plentiful, it's so easy to be prepared for hurry-up hospitality. Next time you shop, ask your dealer for a comfortable supply, a carton or a case. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Well, the lessons to be learned on the athletic field are an important part of school activities, as our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, is the first to admit. And in this sphere, there's nothing quite like the friendly baseball rivalry between Madison and Clay City High.
No, indeed. There's been nothing quite as friendly since the Martins clobbered the Coys. The traditional Madison-Clay High baseball game has been a no-holds-barred affair for 30 years. And this year's game promised to be the bitterest of all, since the winner would gain permanent possession of the Silver Loving Cup provided by Madison's founder, Yodar Critch. Without our star pitcher, Stretch Snodgrass, though, we wouldn't have much chance to win. And this catastrophe seemed imminent last Thursday morning as Mr. Boynton was driving me to school. It's nice to have you driving me to school for a change. Instead of Walter Denton, I mean.
Oh, I'm glad to oblige, Miss Brooks. His car's laid up, as I understand.
Yes, I think it has a touch of the virus.
Would you mind sitting a little closer to me, please?
No, I wouldn't mind at all. There, is that better?
A little closer yet.
All righty. How's that?
Still closer.
Why, Mr. Boynton, what's behind these unexpected overtures?
Those springs you were sitting on are about to go right through the upholstery.
Oh, well, is that...
See? You hadn't moved, you would have landed right in my lap.
Now he tells me.
Well, this old car isn't much, but I'd hate to lose it. At least it gets me where I want to go, and it never runs out of gas.
Then it'll never get me where I want to go. That is, I can see why you want to hang on to it.
Well, that's just it, Miss Brooks. I don't know if I'll be able to.
Why not? Does it use too much coal? Or oil? But it's all paid for, isn't it?
Yes, but... Well, George Gifford, Clay City's biology teacher, has been needling me for weeks on how badly Clay City was going to beat Madison this year. You know how I disapprove of gambling, but, well, finally my baser instincts got the better of me, and I agreed to a wager.
A wager, Mr. Boynton?
Mm-hmm. I agreed to bet him this car.
Against what?
The new suit.
Well, if he didn't throw in an extra pair of pants, you got the worst of it. All in all, I guess it's a fair bet.
Well, it was until a few days ago. But if Stretch can't pitch today, we're sunk. When Clay High's principal, Jason Brill, asked the head of the Board of Education to review the scholastic records of the two teams, he knew exactly what he was doing. Stretch's head was the only one really on the block.
Well, that part of him we can spare. It's his arm we can't afford to lose.
Now, you know what I mean, Miss Brooks. I don't think his record will stand the inspection of the cold light of day.
His record won't stand inspection on a hot night in the coal mine. But he may still be eligible to pitch today if he can pass the general quiz the board ordered Mr. Conklin to give him.
I'm afraid he has about as much chance as a...
Well, maybe one snowball didn't melt down there.
Well, there's no sense brooding about it. Anyway, if Stretch does pitch, and we do win today, I've made up my mind to take you to the circus tonight.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Remember the swell time we had at the circus last year?
It was fun at that. At least until you tried to stay one round with that prize fighter who billed himself the blindfolded marvel.
Well, it was worth a try at the $50 he was offering, wasn't it? As I recall, I needed the money for some work my dentist was doing on my teeth.
Oh, that's right. And after the fight, you had less teeth to worry about. But on second thought, why pay good money to see a circus when we can catch a free one at school?
Well, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Maybe Mr. Conklin will let us watch Stretch trying to answer that quiz. Well, we got to school in plenty of time today, Mr. Boynton. I guess it's just as well that we didn't go... Oh, here's Walter Denton.
I wish I could say good morning, but it isn't. This may well be the blackest day in Madison's history.
Oh, come now, Walter. All hope isn't lost.
Oh, just about, Mr. Boynton. The Yoder Critch Memorial Cup is about to become the permanent property of the students of Clay City High.
But the game hasn't even been played yet.
That's right, Walter. We may still win that loving cup.
Are you kidding, Mr. Boynton? Without Stretch, we couldn't win a moist paper cup.
Is that the reason you're walking around like a St. Bernard with a hangover?
Well, what other reason could there be? You don't think for one moment the 4 weeks allowance I've bet on the game has anything to do with it.
Well, if Stretch passes Mr. Conklin's quiz this morning, you may still win your bet, Walter.
Well, whatever chance he did have went out the window last night, Miss Brooks. While all we loyal, industrious pupils were home studying, Stretch was at the circus.
How do you know?
Yeah, I sat right in back of him. Not only that, he was with Judy Brill.
Jason Brill's daughter?
I doubt if Judy's his son. But Mr. Brill isn't missing a single bet to keep Stretch from playing, is he?
I'll say he's not. Judy even got Stretch to fight the blindfolded marvel.
He didn't. Was he badly hurt?
Sure. Stretch almost killed him. One punch and he was colder than Mr. Conklin's heart. Well, I never saw such
What was that about Mr. Conklin's heart, Denton?
Oh, Mr. Conklin. Yeah, I was saying nothing was bolder than your heart, sir.
I'm pressed for time, so I'll accept that for now. Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, I'm glad I ran into you. I'd like you to come into my office for a few minutes. I want your assistance.
Oh, could you use me too, sir?
Not even as a bookend. Now, come along, you two. Yes, sir. Now, please sit down. No doubt you are aware of the intense rivalry existing between Jason Brill and myself. That the man will go to any length to defeat my school is evidenced by his latest bit of skullduggery in trying to eliminate my star pitcher from today's game.
Yes, sir, and we don't think it's a bit fair.
And neither do I, Miss Brooks. But it isn't the victory that's so important to me. It's the spirit of decency, good sportsmanship, and my new hat. Friendly competition that should prevail.
Your new hat, sir?
Well, to be perfectly frank, that odious Brill did needle me into a wager. But new hat or not, Jason Brill's request to Mr. Stone to review our team's scholastic records at this time is contemptible.
Then why give Snodgrass a quiz at all, sir?
Because Mr. Stone has complied with Brill's request and ordered me to do so. However, there are more ways than one to skin a Brill.
Skin a Brill? Oh, that's very good, Mr. Conklin.
It's not that good.
No, it's not.
Now then, I have concocted some questions which I trust Snodgrass can answer. But since I am a man of such unwavering scholastic integrity, I wanted you two in here to witness the fairness of the test. Do you follow me?
Right into a suspension. I mean, yes, sir.
Ah, this must be Snodgrass now. Come in.
Good morning, Stretch.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Hi, Mr. Boynton.
I hope you don't mind my asking Miss Brooks and Mr. Boynton to sit in while I give you your quiz, Snodgrass.
Oh, no, sir. I certainly ain't got no objections to them two, especially Miss Brooks. Gosh, I never learned no more from no teacher than I learned in her English class.
Quiet, Stretch, or we'll both be ineligible.
Now, Snodgrass, we are all pulling for you, boy. Don't leave us down. Let us down. I've decided to give you a simple verbal or oral examination.
Either one's okay with me.
We're dead.
Now, question A is a geography question. Have you done much traveling, Snodgrass?
No, sir. Yeah, that was pretty easy, wasn't it?
That wasn't the question. Now, here it is. In traveling between New York and Philadelphia, through what cities do you pass?
Oh, let's see. My uncle made that trip once. Trenton, Jersey, Cleveland, St. Louis, and Omaha.
Stretch, just how was your uncle traveling?
On a troop train.
Oh, sir, it just wouldn't be patriotic not to accept that answer.
You're right. Our next question is one involving logic. Now listen carefully before you answer. A bat is to baseball as a wallet is to horseback riding, cheese, or money.
It is?
Not all three of them, Stretch. You have your choice.
Oh, okay. Horseback riding.
No, I'm afraid I can't accept that.
Well, I thought you gave me my choice.
Now, don't be an Indian giver, Mr. Conklin. Look, Stretch.
Permit me to question him, Miss Brooks. I have as much right to a nervous breakdown as anyone. Now, look, Stretch. A bat must be the same to baseball as a wallet is to money, mustn't it?
Not my wallet.
Next question. Let us assume you are a mailman standing on First Avenue, and your route starts at 2nd Avenue and ends at 4th Avenue. Your bag contains 4 pounds of mail for 2nd Avenue, 8 pounds for 3rd Avenue, and 14 pounds for 4th Avenue. You sling the bag over your shoulder, and what's the first thing you do?
I fall down.
Yes? In the next question, you are to rearrange the sentence I give you and tell me whether it's true or false.
I don't think I'll pitch again this year.
Now, it's very simple. Honestly, it is. Now, here we go. Oranges, yellow are. Now, what is that?
Bad English.
I know it's bad English. I did that purposely. Now, is it true or false? Oranges, yellow are.
Yellow R's and what?
That's the sentence. If you rearrange the words, it's oranges are yellow.
Gee, I always thought yellow oranges were called lemons.
Stretch, Mr. Conklin made the statement, oranges are yellow. Is he right or wrong?
Wrong.
Absolutely correct. How did you ever get it?
Well, if she'd asked me about you, I'd have said wrong long ago. Those oranges that fouled me up. Well, can I pitch this afternoon?
Only if you get out of here while you're ahead. Hurry up now, scoop.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, no. Miss Brooks, since when do you take it upon yourself to... Osgood Conklin, principal speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Stone. What an opportune time for you to call, sir. Snodgrass has just passed the general quiz I gave him, and he'll be able to pitch for what do you mean he won't be able to pitch? What? But why not, sir? He did. Yes, Mr. Stone. I'll be here when you arrive. Goodbye.
What did he say?
He said that Stretch is about to be declared ineligible again.
But why?
Because of professionalism, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone is coming over at 3 this afternoon to investigate the situation personally.
But I don't understand, sir. How could Stretch be accused of professionalism?
It seems he attended the circus last night, and while he was there, he accepted money for lasting one round against someone billed as the blindfolded marble.
Efforts to make Stretch Snodgrass eligible for the big game with Clay City, it looked like we were stymied. Mr. Brill's charge of professionalism was a serious one. When I met Mr. Boynton in the school cafeteria, we determined to hold a council of war. However, even this was interrupted by an emergency message to call Mrs. Davis at home. When I did so, she recognized my voice immediately.
I'm so glad you called, Henry.
Mrs. Davis, do you know who this is?
Of course I do. Please send over 2.5 pounds of liver. Our cat is on a high-protein diet.
Mrs. Davis, this is Connie.
Why, Connie, what are you doing in the butcher shop?
I'm I'm not in the butcher shop. I'm at school. You left word for me to call you back at once, that it was an emergency.
Oh, that explains it. I left word for the butcher to call me back at once, too. When I say it's emergency, everyone calls me back immediately.
Well, you're liable to call Wolf once too often.
Oh, no danger of that, dear. I don't know anybody named Wolf. Now, let's see. What was your emergency? Oh, yes. I wanted to know if Stretch passed his quiz this morning.
Yes, he passed, Mrs. Davis, but...
Well, that's a relief. It's not only that I wanted to see him pitch, but, well, I have a little confession to make.
A confession?
Yes. I made a little bet with Mrs. Jackson, the math teacher at Clay City High.
What did you bet, Mrs. Davis?
I bet your room, Connie.
My room? Against what?
A cedar chest.
Oh, well, I hope it's comfortable.
Mrs. Jackson's been looking for a room for quite a while, Connie. But there's nothing to worry about, really. With Stretch pitching, Madison's a sure thing.
But Stretch has been accused of professionalism, Mrs. Davis. It's almost certain he'll be declared ineligible.
Oh, that's terrible, Connie. We've got to win that game. Is there anything I can do?
I doubt it, Mrs. Davis. I don't think you're in shape to pitch 9 innings. Well, I've got to get back to lunch now. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Connie. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Well, of all the crazy bets to make.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Harriet. You look as if you'd heard about Stretch's predicament.
I have. Oh, and Daddy wants you to be in his office to greet Mr. Stone when he gets here right after school. Daddy had to go downtown about something and he won't be back until after 3.
All right. Does your father think Stretch has any chance of being declared eligible today?
No, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone's re-election as head of the Board of Education comes up in 2 weeks, and Daddy says this is a golden opportunity for him to display his thoroughness. But don't forget he's got Stretch on 2 counts, professionalism and brawling in public.
One more, and he won't even be eligible for parole.
Poor Stretch. He doesn't even know he's not going to pitch today.
Well, he will in a minute. He's coming over now.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Hi, Harriet. Boy, the old soup bone feels great. I'm really rearing to go this afternoon.
Yeah, and we're rearing to see you go, Stretch. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. It looks like you're not going to pitch this afternoon after all.
Well, why not? I passed the quiz this morning, didn't I? So I'm eligible to pitch, ain't I?
You're eligible to pitch?
Well, if you admit it, what's all the talk about?
Well, that's just it, Stretch. You're not eligible. Illegal.
Eligible, Miss Brooks?
Well, I was getting warmer. Stretch, you've been charged with professionalism.
Professionalism? Well, that's a lie. I ain't never been no professor in my life.
That I can vouch for. But the professionalism of which you're accused stems from your knocking out the blindfolded marvel at the circus last night and taking money for it.
Oh, that's true. I flattened the poor fellow, but I didn't get no money for it yet.
You didn't?
What?
No, ma'am. The Marvel's bringing over the money himself right after school. He told me so on the phone.
Oh, but that's great, Stretch. Until the money's actually in your hands, you're not a professional.
Well, I guess I ain't. But I told the guy to meet me in front of Mr. Conklin's office. I had to make it a simple place because with that blindfold on last night, he don't even know what I look like.
Oh, that's better yet. Stretch, I'm going to show up in your place.
You, Miss Brooks? Wouldn't you have kind of a tough time proving you was me?
Well, there are some basic differences between us. That isn't quite what I had in mind. Just promise me one thing, Stretch.
Yes, ma'am?
I want you to stay away from Mr. Conklin's office all afternoon. Don't even come near it. If you do that, you may still pitch in the big game. Do I have your word, Stretch?
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. I'll start hiding right now. See you later.
Bye, Stretch. What are you driving at, Miss Brooks?
Just this, Harriet. Even if Stretch hasn't received the money yet, I'm afraid that in his present mood, Mr. Stone will still declare him ineligible.
So,
since Mr. Stone and the blindfolded Marvel are arriving at approximately the same time, I'm going to get to the fighter first and tell him Mr. Stone is Stretch. With a little needling on what a bum Stretch thinks he is, I'm hoping that the Marvel will go for Mr. Stone and Mr. Stone will go for the door in such a hurry that he'll forget about the investigation. Anyone for judo?
See, Mr. Boynton, if Stretch hasn't received the money yet, he can't be accused of professionalism.
Particularly if he never does receive that money. And, Walter, there may be a way to prevent it.
How?
Well, if I've got it straight, the blindfolded marvel is coming over to pay Stretch at 3 o'clock. And since he doesn't know what Stretch looks like, anyone could receive the money in his place. You follow me?
You're like a hot rod with the cutout open.
All I've got to do is to impersonate Stretch.
You, Mr. Boynton?
Certainly. After getting a couple of my teeth knocked out last season, I feel that the marvel owes me something. Now I'm going to get it.
Excuse me, could one of your characters tell me where to find a guy named Stretch Snodgrass?
Oh, you must be the blindfolded bum. That he was telling us about. Stretch said he might be a few minutes late. Won't you step into our principal's office and wait?
Oh, yeah, okay.
You run along now, Harriet.
All right, Miss Brooks. I'll be keeping my fingers crossed.
I'm Miss Brooks. I teach English here.
English?
It's a sort of language. I recognize you anywhere from Stretch's description, but I'm rather surprised to see you alone.
Well, why?
Well, Stretch said you always had to have somebody with you to hold you up.
Hey, is he kidding? That one lucky punch of his is the first time I've been tagged since the doctor held me up by my heels.
Must have been a pretty big doctor. But, Mr. Marvel, while we're waiting, would you mind letting me look through your jaw?
Look through my jaw?
Yes, Stretch said it was made of glass.
What? Wait, that punk. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
Oh, now, there's no point in getting excited about it. After all, why should you care just because someone you'll never see again thinks you're a gaily colored bird?
A gaily colored bird?
Well, his exact words were as yellow as a canary.
Just one punch. That's all I asked. Just one punch.
Oh, this might be Snodgrass now. Come in.
Well, I hope I ain't kept nobody waiting, but here I am to pick up my money.
What?
Are you Snodgrass?
That's me, all right. Stretch Snodgrass. You going to leave me have it?
Yeah. I'm going to leave you have it, all right.
Oh, no, wait, Marvel. This is our biology
So
teacher.
I'm a canary, am I?
Huh?
That even things up, eh?
Yes, indeed. That takes care of the teeth you missed last year. You've made a terrible mistake, Marvel. This isn't Stretch Snodgrass.
Well, then he's the one who made the mistake. Why did he say that I was...
Oh, this must be the Snodgrass you're expecting. Come in.
There it comes the whole thing, Miss Brooks. Walk over my door, Marvel.
Oh, no.
You Stretch Snodgrass?
What was that?
I said, are you Stretch Snodgrass?
Oh, yeah. That's me, all right.
Well, third down coming up. That was our principal, Mr. Conklin.
Your principal? Hey, what's going on here? When do I get Snodgrass?
Right now. Come on in.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. What in the world is this? The death scene from King Richard?
Well, if it isn't Stretch Snodgrass.
I beg your pardon.
Hey, now, wait a minute. This guy doesn't sound like the Snodgrass I spoke to on the phone.
That's the weakest alibi I've ever heard. Maybe you were right about the blindfolded marvel being yellow, Stretch.
I'll show you who's yellow. Put up your dukes, Snodgrass.
My dukes?
Here's something to remember me by.
Ooh. Mr. Marvel, get up. Well, what do you know? He has got a glass jaw.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Bird, written by Arthur Olsberg and Al Lewis, with the music of Bud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hickory dock. Here's what the mouse said when he ran up the clock. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, water heaters and home freezers, gas and electric ranges, originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators. Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. And now, the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red. What's up?
Well, What's up? Have you tried to buy meat lately? Hey, it reminds me, I haven't eaten. I got to go over to the Turkish bath and see if my hot dogs are done. I got to be careful, and that's why I do all my cookings over in that steam room.
Mm-hmm.
Last week I went in there, and by mistake, I got 2 sunburned midgets. It stinks.
Yeah, it does.
Look, just read. Don't agree.
Well, there must be a more honorable way of making a living.
I mean, than what we're doing right here?
That's right.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. You're right. Hey, how about you and me getting in a little business and we kind of team up, huh?
Well, what sort of business did you want to go into?
Well, I don't know.
Should be something that we're both capable of doing.
Oh, no. I'm not going back to Fresno to those wine factories. I used to be known as Redfoot. I used to stomp grapes, you see. My feet were so big. You think I got big feet, though? You should see my father. He's got feet so big he has to put his pants on over his head.
Well, let's see. Let's look through the want ad section of the morning paper and see if there are any businesses for sale.
Oh, a bully idea. Bully. Good show. Good show.
We're in England too long.
Yeah, England. You can see I haven't been wasting my time looking at those British pictures on television. Bully. Hey, get a load of this item in the personal column here. It says, young man with pet skunk would like to meet young lady with airwick.
Well, that should be a whirlwind courtship.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how about this for sale? A rabbit ranch. Stock includes 2 rabbits and an adding machine. We don't want a business like that. You have to count them every day or they get ahead of you.
Yeah. This one looks good.
Now.
High-class restaurant in an exclusive neighborhood. Owner must sell because of ill health.
Probably been eating his own food. Hey, let's call that restaurant and see what's cooking, huh?
Now, what would we do in a restaurant?
Well, I don't know. I love to cook. Remember the birthday cake I baked for you?
I sure do. The only part I could eat was the candles.
Are you kidding? Boy, I can really cook. You may not believe it. Any of you ladies got a pencil and paper, take this down. I'll give you a recipe for a cake that's wonderful. You take a pound of flour, see, and then you take 4 eggs, just the whites, and you add the yellows later. And then you take a cup of sugar and some shortening, and you mix it up real good, and then sprinkle paprika all over that. Bake in an oven temperature of 500, the finest slab of Italian marble you've ever tasted. By I think I could sell that recipe to CBS. They can make a cornerstone for their new studio.
Well, maybe we better just stick to the jobs we've got, Red. What do you say?
Oh, if the sponsors heard what's going on so far, we may not even have a job anymore. We'd better call on Dave Rose to save us. Dave, strike up the band and let's hear your arrangement of The Portrait of a Flirt.
Let's take a minute to talk about a real buy, the Norge triple-action washer in the new pyramid model. It's not only streamlined in looks, it's streamlined in action, too. The trouble with most wringer washers that have the new full-length skirt instead of legs is they're too easy to tip over. But not this new Norge pyramid model. Norge is the only streamlined wringer washer designed with a wider base and 5 instead of the usual 4 casters. That prevents tipping. But this new Norge doesn't take up any more floor space, and it rolls just like a baby carriage. Or you can anchor it from either side instantly because 2 of the 5 casters are self-locking. Now then, what about the washing action? Norge triple-action agitation has always been famous for getting clothes cleaner and doing it faster. Norge really gets the deep-down dirt, but it does an average load in only 7 minutes. I wish you'd compare this new Norge with any other wringer washer on the market, for you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled Job Hunting. Chapter 1 is entitled Help Wanted, Cowhand. And it concerns the poor man's Gabby Hayes, Deadeye from Texas.
Hey, you, Deadeye! Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse boy! Whoop! You know, Deadeye, that horse gets skinnier every time I see him.
Well, you see, it's this way. I flip a coin every day, you see. Heads, he gets oats, and tails, I get beer. You know, he's the unluckiest horse I ever see. He's lost 10 times in a row, you know. Say, you haven't seen any of the law around here, have you?
Why, no. Tell me why you so afraid of the law.
Because I'm wanted in Texas. But they'll never take me back there. Of course, the way Texas is growing, I may not have to go back. It'll come and get me. Thank you, Representative from Dallas.
You know, Deadeye, you look different from most of the cowboys out here. Tell me, what's wrong with your leg?
Well, I'm bow-legged, that's all. Everybody in my family was bow-legged. Ma used to hitch rides on oil trucks.
Well, I haven't got time to stand here and chat. I got to go round up some of the actors for a western show I'm putting on.
Oh, well, look, that's what I wanted to see you about, Corny. You can count me in. You know, I can do some fancy shooting, and I can sing a song with my educated horse.
You really can handle them 6-shooters?
Well, you just start counting. I'll show you how fast I am on the draw, boy.
All right.
Ready?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Grunt. What it says here, grunt. You know, it ain't as easy as it looks.
5.
You know, they get heavier every day. Grunt.
7, 8, 9.
Well, don't stand there. Help me, will you?
Just as I thought. You're nothing but a big blowhard.
Oh, yeah? You mean that, huh?
Yeah.
I'm a blowhard, eh?
That's right.
You say that to a Texan?
Yeah.
Okay, I just ain't taking no foolishness today. Well, we'll see about that, though.
Why, say, you shot before you pulled your gun.
Yeah, I think I lost another toe. I got an open-toe boot here. Hey, help me take my boot off, will you?
All right.
Now, could I have my leg back? Count my toes for me, would you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7? I lost 2 of them that time.
I think we'd better forget about that fancy shooting.
Yeah.
You tell me that that's an educated horse, then?
Yes, sir, that's really an educated horse. Now, watch this.
Yeah.
Hey, boy. Now, pay attention, horsey. What is 2 and 2? Come on, boy, one more. What do you think?
Well, thanks just the same, Deadeye, but this is a play we're putting on. I only need actors, so thanks just the same.
Okay, giddy up, boy. Giddy up.
Chapter 2 of Job Hunting is about a punch-drunk fighter by the name of Cauliflower McPug who's always imagining he hears bells and birds. Anyway, it seems one day he saw a help wanted sign hanging in a restaurant window, and...
Do the walking, boy. Do the walking, boy. You can do the walking, boy. I sound like Margaret being dragged through a knothole, don't I? Hey, you ought to have a bell put on that door, and then you can tell when somebody comes in. Get smart, boy. Put a bell on that door.
Well, there is a bell on that door. Didn't you hear it ring when you came in?
What are you, a wine guy, Duffy? No, I didn't hear no bell. What, do you think I'm punchy or jumping? Hey, what are you running, a pet store here? Them parakeets are making an awful lot of noise.
Cauliflower, for your information, this is a restaurant.
Well, from what I am hearing, you're catering to nothing but boys. Why don't you wait on them canaries? They're singing for the duffers.
I saw you looking at that sign in the window. Is that what you came in here about?
Yeah, that's what I came in about. I came in to see you about that sign. How long does your clearance sale last?
Well, the sign doesn't say anything about a clearance sale. It says short order cook wanted. Can't you read?
But sure, I didn't. Step aside, you come to Super Chief. Oh, a flamingo. What did you ask me just a minute ago? Would you mind you were doing that again?
I said, can't you read?
Sure, I can read. I can read reading, but I can't read writing, you see. That writing is real rotten. I put that on. Hey, grab an apple for the teacher. The school bell's ringing again.
How punchy can you get? I said, how punchy can you get?
Well, I don't know. That's pretty hard to tell. I'm still rather young, you know. You say you need a cook on this place. How about hiring me?
Well, what do you know about cooking?
I know plenty, boy.
Yeah?
I did 3 years of KP in the Army. I used to cook for food for the whole regiment, and they just loved it. Some of the boys, they just licked my hand. I was the pride of the Canine Corps.
The Canine Corps, huh?
Yeah.
What were you, a dog face?
That's cute, that's cute. Didn't get a laugh, but it's cute.
Say, why do you want to work here? Aren't you fighting anymore?
Yeah, I fight a couple nights a week at the point of war.
Oh,
Stop it! Will you stop it?
What's that stop it stuff you always say?
Oh, that's Speedy. He's always playing twist on me. He walked up and he slapped me in the back of the head, but when I turned around, he never knew.
You say you fight 2 nights a week, then you'll want 2 nighs a week off from this job.
No, just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, you see.
Oh.
I'll get the bout over with in a hurry. I'll speed up my fall. Speed up picking up the line when they don't get a laugh, too.
But after the fight, will you feel like working?
Believe me, I won't feel anything, boy. There's one thing about me. I come out of a fight the same condition as I go in, unconscious. Yes, sir, boy. I'm quite a fighter, you know. I used to... Boy, a flock of them flew over that... Wait, no, you can never see him. Say, now, you take my fight that I had in Burbank last week. I was fighting, Irish Irving.
Yeah.
And the way he went after me, you'd think he was drumming up business for some mortuary somewhere. He hit me in the nose so hard that ever since then I've been breathing down my own neck. I hit the canvas and I bounced for 5 minutes. Just kept bouncing there. Finally, my manager had to dribble me to my dressing room. I like them better when they're not there.
Well, no wonder you walk around on your heels. Your brains are scrambled.
Oh, you think I'm punchy, huh? You ought to see that rattler I room with.
Yeah?
That long-haired monkey.
Yeah?
Him and them beautiful bathrobes he runs around in all the time. That poor Dunker is really gone.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, he likes to show people how he's nuts about flying an airplane, you see. And he's always flying all over town just to show everybody how good he is. Buzzing the neighborhood. No, that poor Dunker.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He ain't got no airplane. I know. I tune up his motor for him all the time.
Well, I'm sorry, Cauliflower. I can't hire you for a cook, but we need a dishwasher, and the job's yours if you want it.
Oh, a dishwasher, huh? Well, now, how much did it pay? How much did it pay? How much did it pay? Top it, will you?
Well, the pay is $4 a day.
Well, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
Of course, out of that, I deduct $3 a day for your meals.
Oh, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
And there's another deduction for income tax, Social Security, and medical insurance. That comes to 92 cents a day.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Now, let's see. That leaves you a net earning of 8 cents a day. And that's not counting your car fare.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's only 10 cents a day.
Well, are you sure you want the job, Cauliflower?
Sure, I need the money.
Cauliflower, on second thought, I don't think I can use you as a dishwasher.
Oh, okay. Ain't nothing but day. I gotta run anyhow. I'm a volunteer fireman, and I've heard a third alarm bell ringing for an... I'll see you later. I gotta go.
Okay.
Which brings us now to the Smith twins, who will sing Down Yonder.
Down yonder someone beckons to me. Down yonder someone reckons on me. I seem to see a racing memory between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee. Swanee Shore, I miss you more and more every day, my mammy land. You're simply grand down yonder when the folks get the news. Don't wonder at the hullabaloo. There's Daddy and Mammy, there's Ephraim and Sammy, waiting down yonder for me. Way down yonder in the land of cotton, waiting for me. Way down yonder where I'm not forgotten, just wait and see. I seem to see a racing memory, way down south between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee. Swanee Shore, I miss you more and more every day, my mammy land. See, you're simply grand down, way down yonder when the folks get the news. Don't ever wonder at the hullabaloo. There's Daddy and Mammy, there's Ephraim and Sammy, waiting down yonder for, waiting down yonder for, waiting down yonder for me.
And now, Jesse Cartwright, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department, has a wash day hint for homemakers.
If washing handkerchiefs is a chore you dislike, try this easy trick. Before you put the handkerchiefs in the washing machine, soak them in lukewarm salt water. Use about a tablespoon of salt to each quart of water. Of course, if you have a Norge triple action washer, you'll never have any real problem in getting clothes sparkling clean.
You bet. Norge triple action washes clothes cleaner, and it washes them faster. 7 minutes is average, and many loads take even less time.
Rod, don't forget the automatic timer on the new Norge Pyramid model.
Yes, with Norge, you can wash clothes automatically for any of 5 different washing times. Lightly soiled, average, and so on. You just set the timer, and Norge shuts itself off automatically. Every single feature of this new Norge wringer washer with its non-tip pyramid construction is streamlined. Why don't you go down to your dealers and look it over? You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Our final chapter is entitled Competition, Junior Grade. And, of course, it's about Junior, the mean little kid.
There's that fat Joe O'Connor standing in front of his new restaurant. I gotta talk to that guy. Yoo-hoo! Mr. O'Connor, no, stay right where you is. I'm coming across the street.
No, Junior, no! Oh, good heavens, I better see if he's all right. Junior, are you all right?
No, I didn't get a scratch. But did you notice that Cadillac wearing that off-the-shoulder Chevrolet? I read that like they were a sponsor, didn't I?
Junior, you know better than to run out in the street like that.
Never mind, Fat Joe. I came over here to talk over your business with you. Let's step into your place of establishment here.
Mm-hmm. Well, come on in, Junior, but don't slam the door because I just put a new glass in it and it might break.
Oh, you can't break a glass by slamming the door?
Oh, yes, you can.
I can? Well, thanks for your permission.
Junior, how could you?
Well, you told me I could. Now, if you want another demonstration, you'll have to put another glass in that door.
For 2 cents, I'd give you a whipping.
I should give you 2 cents for a whipping. I can get all I want from home for nothing.
Go on away and don't bother me, Junior. I'm busy.
Yeah, you're busy. That's what I happened to come over to see you about, Pacho. I'm sorry to say, but this restaurant has to go.
Why does it have to go?
Because I happen to run the lemonade stand across the street, and I'm not going to stand for any competition whatsoever, you see. Now, I'll give you just 24 hours to clear out of this neighborhood.
What if I don't feel like clearing out?
Well, look at this brick back.
I'm looking.
Now, take a look at that big window. Not yours, the one on the store. Do you see that?
Yes.
Well, put two and two together, you big, stupid, fat snob. And imagine how drafty it's going to be in here.
Now, Junior, there's no need to threaten me. I'm sure we can get along doing business in the same neighborhood. After all, I don't sell lemonade and you don't sell food.
I do, too, sell food. My widow stand is noticed for its world's famous mud pie. Soon, over my counter comes the most beautiful mud pie in the world.
Now, who would buy mud pies?
I'll tell you who buys it. The people that drinks my lemonade because it tastes so rotten that they buy a mud pie just to throw at me. You can see me after a busy day, boy. I'm loaded with pennies and I'm covered with mud. I is known as the filthy rich.
Well, Junior, to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll give you some sugar for your lemonade. How's that?
Well, now, that's mighty neighborly of you. Could you give me a lemon, too? The one I has been using is getting a little moldy. I don't know why. I've only had it for 2 months.
Now, Junior, don't look now, but here comes your mother.
Uh-oh, the hairbrush kid rides again. I was wondering how long it was going to take her to discover that I figured out the combination on the crib.
Oh, hello, Rod. Have you seen Junior?
He was here a minute ago. Oh, there he is, peeking out of the garbage disposal.
Stool pigeon. Wait till I get this half a grapefruit off of my head.
Now, you get out of that garbage disposal.
Why?
Somebody's liable to turn the switch on, and you'll clog up the plumbing.
Well, it's nice to know that somebody cares for me. Hey, Mommy, you sure look pretty.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, don't start that huffy-magufty stuff with me.
What's your language? This show goes through Pasadena.
Oh, stop trying to change the subject. How many times have I told you never to cross that street alone? Rod, what am I going to do with him?
Well, I know a good taxidermist where you could have him stuffed cheap.
Oh, Rod. How can you ever think of such a thing? He wouldn't look good hanging over the fireplace.
Well, now, look, if you're both so anxious to stuff me, how about doing it with ice cream and cake or a piece of pie or something? That banana pie, cream pie, they look.
Now, get your hands off of that pie.
No, I want it. I want to stuff myself so you can hear me over
stop
the fireplace.
talking. Now,
Let
stop.
go of me, Mummy. If you folks have ever watched those comedies on television, you know how this is going to end.
Now, let go of that pie.
Okay, you act for it.
Oh!
When you said let go, it's the first time I've ever enjoyed obeying you.
Just wait until I get my hands on you.
No, you never take me
Out
alive.
the back door. Don't slam it, Junior. Well, that's funny. It didn't break.
Let's face it, they don't make glass like they used to. Let's face it.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Why don't you stop in at your local Norge dealer soon? See the washer that's streamlined in looks and action. The new Norge Pyramid model with triple action that gets clothes cleaner in less time. And the new Gentle Touch wringer that gets clothes drier with less wear and tear. See this new Norge triple action washer now at your Norge dealer. And now until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of cost-age tobaccos. The Abbott Costello program with the music of Carl Hall, our singing star Amy Purnell, and spotlighting that chubby little cherub, laying a handkerchief across his Uncle Artie Stebbins' nose because he heard him say he might have to blow in a hurry.
I'm a bad boy!
All about. Hey, Lo, oh no, now listen. What's the idea? Come and take it easy. Put that gun down. Okay. What's the idea of coming in with that 10-gallon hat and that cowboy outfit on?
Have you heard of it?
No.
I just be sure from North Hollywood. Look at that big gun I got to go down.
Look.
Step it, and I'll show you how it shoots.
What kind of a gun is that?
That's a horse pistol. I raped it from a...
Oh, God, this is the most absurd thing I've ever heard of. You were sheriff.
Yeah, me a sheriff, Al. I'm going to incarcerate Big Desperado. I'm going to apprehend every brigade. And when I take them into the Bastille, I'm going to give 20 strokes with the Boston motto.
What did it say?
It'll say something pretty.
Stella, why do you always try to use big words?
Because I'm Taylor. What do you think I am? J-U-R-K?
All right, look, forget about it. I still can't understand why they ever made you sheriff. You know, a sheriff has to be a brave man. Now, what have you ever done?
What have I ever done?
Yes.
Well, one time I went out all by myself to capture 5,000 Indians. 30 were on warpath.
How many Indians?
There were 2,000 Hershey Indians.
How many Indians?
I was chasing 100 shrieking, howling men.
How many
So I
Indians?
locked up the whole squad. I've got a break Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, I thought so, Costello. What a sheriff. Why, you haven't even got a horse.
Oh, I got a horse, Abbott. Pal. I eat with my horse. I drink with my horse. I even sleep with my horse.
Why do you sleep with your horse?
I have to. It's blanket. This is love, Nick Abbott.
What do you mean?
When I was a little boy, horses would come up and rub their necks against me. People used to say, look at the horse's neck, Costello.
Oh, talk sense, will you please?
Does that sound how I read it?
Never mind. Please. Yes, that's just the sound.
Hey, Abbott, there's my horse standing outside there. Isn't he a beauty?
Beauty. That horse only 3 legs. He only has 1 leg in front.
I know, but it's in the middle, ain't it?
Take that horse back to the man you bought it from.
Okay, because we won't like it.
Look. Stella, you don't know the first thing. You don't know the duties of a sheriff. Listen. I'm going to paint you a picture of just what a real sheriff has to go through.
Okay.
Now, suppose you're sitting in the Red Dog Cafe eating breakfast.
What eating?
A full of oatmeal. What's the difference?
Me.
Why not? Look, well, the sheriff, you're a man who is ready for anything.
I'm ready for a bowl of Wheaties.
You forget the Wheaties.
But my mother always lets me have Wheaties.
Well, forget your mother.
First, I can't have Wheaties, and now he wants me to pick it.
I never mind that.
My poor old white-haired...
What?
My poor white-haired mother.
All right,
Costello.
What's the M stand for?
Me. She wanted a coat that year.
No, wait. Cut it out, please. I'm trying to tell you your duties to the sheriff. Now listen to me, will you please? Put those guns down. Will you let me please? I'll do your duty. There you are. Sitting in the Dog Cafe eating your Wheaties.
Can I cooperate on my Wheaties?
All right. You can have sugar.
Thank you.
Suddenly the door opens.
Yeah.
The door opens. A man rushes in and says, I've struck gold.
Yeah.
I've bonanza.
Excellent story.
What for?
I'll have 6 bananas.
No. Will you stop interrupting? Suddenly another man dashes into the cafe and yells,
Lady!
I'm trying to do your duty. Now get
He's laughing at the sliced bananas.
Never mind. Listen to me. Suddenly another man dashes into the cafe and yells, Quick, Sheriff. The Indians have captured Harriet Huckleberry. You run to your horse and you say, Oh, pal, we've got to rescue Harriet.
Yeah.
She puts her wet nose in your hand.
Oh, Miss Huckleberry.
And no, the horse. With a leap, you land securely in the saddle. Your foot is stern, your grip is sure, your clutch is firm.
How's the transmission?
Okay, and when you cut it out, quickly you mount your horse and tear up the street.
Tear up the street? But I got a plow horse.
you quit interrupting. You ride out across the prairie. You ride for hours and hours on end.
That sounds logical.
Yes.
Yeah,
all right. Ride for days and days until the seat of your trousers is worn thin. Then, there you are.
I knew I'd come through.
You discover the Indians' camp.
So what?
The Indians discover you.
So what?
They start shooting arrows at you.
So what?
Don't be a coward. Don't be a coward. The Indians will soon run out of ammunition. Their arrows are getting a little scanty. What was that?
I got a little scanty in my panties.
After hours of fighting, you elude the Indians and reach Harriet Huckleberry. You sneak up and loosen the ties that bind her.
I quit.
Yeah, you quit? Why?
I don't know how to untie a girdle.
No. You untie the ropes. With a sigh of gratitude, she falls into your arms. She looks in your eyes and says, "My hero, you have saved my life. Mm-hmm. From now on, I am your slave. Your very wish will be my command. Tell me, how can I save you?" Mm-hmm. And what do you say?
Bring me a bowl of Wheaties.
Nuts!
Huh?
I said nuts.
That's good, too.
What's good?
Wheaties with nuts.
What's good?
For Camel fans everywhere, Carl Hoff and the orchestra play Who's Sorry Now?
Costello, you've been crippled in this town for 2 weeks, and you haven't done a thing to preserve law and order.
I used to have, Abbott. I just captured a dangerous character. There he is in that first cell. Let me out of here. I'll never do it again, I promise. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again.
Who was he?
He's the fellow that wrote Cherry Chick.
He's still singing. God, answer that phone.
Yes, office. Costello, singing. Somebody put water in my gun.
Do you catch bad men?
Yes, I do.
Well, catch one for me. I'm lonesome.
Well, I got everything under control, Abbott. I think I'll sit back and smoke a Camel cigarette.
All right, here's the match. I'll light it for you.
Abbott, I'm a sheriff. None of that sissy matches for me. I light my Camel with my gun.
Wait a minute, you dope. You'll shoot your nose off.
It's easy if you know how to watch. Well, I'm tired of smelling anyhow.
Stop this silliness, Costello. Why don't you clean up this office? How can you stand all these flies in here?
Well, I got an agreement with the flies. I don't solve crimes and I don't walk on a ceiling.
Come in.
Hello, boy.
Oh, hello, Miss Mucho.
Hello, Bessie. What can I do for you?
I just came over to congratulate you on being elected sheriff of North Hollywood. My, you look so dashing in that 10-gallon hat and that shiny bodge.
Did you say bodge?
Abbott, she's talking about the star I got pinned on my boost.
My, but you're a frog, little one. I'll bet you'll capture all the gamblers and dangerous bondless.
Yes, I'm going after all the creep shooters and pickpockets. And badminton players.
I wish you'd keep an eye on my bungalow. There's a nasty moth. There's a nasty moth who's been peeking into my boudoir through the window saws.
Ah, a pooping top, huh? Well, I'll take care of him.
swell girl, Costello. Did you ever have a date with her?
Yeah, just once, Abbott, but she ain't any fun.
What do you mean?
Well, we drove all the way down to the beach of Santa Monica to watch the moonlight rippling on the ocean waves. I was awfully disappointed.
Why?
All she wanted to do was neck. Why do the writers make me read stuff like this? Sheriff Costello speaking.
Sheriff, my wife is very beautiful. She's 5'2". She has big blue eyes and a gorgeous figure.
Yes?
What does it weigh for you to follow her day and night?
Will you take $200 in my new car? How do you like that, Abbott? He hung up on me.
Good on, laddies. Well, it's Scott Brown. I've come here to ask the assistance of Sheriff Costello to stop a vicious rumor.
Why, what's the trouble, Scotty?
Well, yesterday morning, word got around that my little son Angus has swallowed a 50-cent piece, and now 500 of my friends are all trying to adopt him. See what you can do about it, laddie. I'm in a hurry to get home.
In what hurry?
Well, I've got to get my wife's teeth home to her.
Oh, you've been to the dentist?
No, laddie. I always take her. She can't eat between meals. Good day. Well, never mind him, Costello. Hey, look. Big limousine. Pull up in front. Must be something important. Your 10-gallon hat. Then, wait a minute. Where's your badge?
I had it here a minute ago. Let me see my badge. My badge!
Where is it?
What did I do with my badge, Abbott? Now, I gotta sit down a minute and think where I put it. Oh,
please let me die with my boots on. I must die with my boots on. I've got to die with my boots on.
Why? Is that the important person that got out of the limousine?
No, it was a woman. Wait a minute. Now, this must be her now. Oh, hello, Mrs. Niles.
Help! Someone must save me from a cruel fate worse than death. My life's in peril. Danger lurks around every corner. Help me! No!
Costello, something's wrong with Mrs. Niles. I don't like the way she's acting.
Neither do I. She's getting out of laugh.
Oh, calm yourself, Mrs. Niles. What's the trouble?
Kenneth and I have a little ranch out near Cucamonga. The cattle rustlers have stolen most of my cows, and I expect them around any minute to pinch my calves.
A skinny cat.
You think you're so smart, Costello. Kenneth thinks my legs are pretty.
Well, any of it has been cut on bench.
Costello! Remember, you are the sheriff.
Oh, I'll never get any help from Costello. What a sheriff. You don't even carry a gun.
I got a big .45 right in my back pocket. Here, I'll pull up and show you. Oh, well, my George had a hole in him anyway.
Costello, what are you going to do?
Costello, we've got to get out to Mrs. Niles' ranch right up there. Come on. Let's go to our horses. Be on our way.
Okay, let's go. Whoa. Wait a minute. Whoa. Those skinny ribs are... Excuse me. The ribs are sticking to my leg.
Oh, you fool. Get off my back.
And here's Campbell's lovely A. Arnell with the song story of a teenager.
I'm a big girl now. I want to be treated like a big girl now. I'm tired of wearing bobby socks like kiddies do. I'm tired of going to dances in a flat-heel shoe. I want the boys to look at me and yell, woo-woo. I'm a big girl now. I want to stay out late. I want to be treated like a grown-up day. I'm tired of wearing pigtails and my pinafore lace. I want to be a dolly with a pin-up face. I'm tired of holding hands. I want a real embrace. I'm a big girl now. I'm a big girl now. I want to be daring like a big girl now. I'm tired of being babied like a kid of 3. I'm tired of having chaperones to follow me. I want to have some secrets in my diary. I'm a big girl now. I'm a big girl now.
Costello, we've got got to find out where the Niles Ranch is. Let's stop in this old mining shack.
Welcome to the home of termite the hermit.
Why do they call you termite?
I'm a little bug. Sit down a minute. I'm busy counting my gold. I got bottles and bottles of gold.
You've got bottles of gold?
And bottles?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. You always find gold in quartz.
Wait a minute, termite. I don't see any gold.
Oh, I've got it in my pockets. I got pockets full of gold. You want to hear it tinkle? Listen.
I didn't hear anything.
I'll do it for you again. Yeah, did you hear it tinkle?
No, I didn't.
How quiet the gold is tonight. How quiet this whole thing is tonight. Look, termite, we're looking for Miss Niles' cattle ranch. Oh, the Niles Ranch? Well, little fat boy, it's right over yonder where I'm pointing the finger. It's over that black hill. I don't see any black hill. Well, yeah, you see the tip of my finger? Black hill's right there. That isn't a black hill. You need a manicure.
Oh, come on, Costello. We've got to get to the Niles Ranch right away. Let's jump on our horses.
Okay, giddy up, horses. Giddy up, horses. Giddy up. Come on, giddy up. Sound man, wake up!
Oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to be riding horses.
All right, so we can ride the old Bluffsy engine.
Well, here we are at the Niles Ranch. Look who's coming out the gate. It's Melonhead.
Sheriff Melonhead to you. Sheriff Costello, this is my county, and I've got a shiny badge to prove it.
Yeah, and you've got a shiny head to match it.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell these people that I'm bald?
I've seen more hair on Van Johnson's lapel.
Listen, Costello, I'm the law around here, and if you don't keep your nose out of my business, there'll be trouble.
Wait a minute, Melonhead. You're talking to 6-gun Costello.
6-gun Costello? How come you're only wearing 2 guns?
6 guns makes my pants fall down.
Wait a minute, Melonhead. Now, Mrs. Niles asked us to come out here and catch the cattle rustlers.
Well, there's $1,000 reward for the capture of them cattle rustlers, and I'm able to get the reward.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Melonhead.
Yeah?
See which one of us is the better man. Let's shoot it out.
Okay, that suits me.
Costello, he shot off your right ear. He shot off your left ear. Costello, why don't you shoot back?
I can't see.
Why not?
My ears were holding my hat.
All right, Costello. Now I'll give you a chance to shoot at me.
Okay, here I go.
I caught that bullet between my teeth. I eat bullets for breakfast. I caught the second bullet between my teeth. I eat bullets for lunch. Will somebody bring me a bowl of soup for supper?
Come on, Costello. Let's go to the ranch house and see Mrs. Niles.
Oh, thank heaven you're here. I hope you catch those awful cattle rustlers. I know their leader. It's Cactus Pete.
Cactus Pete? Cactus Pete? Why, he's a big, powerful brute of a man. He has big, rippling muscles of steel. Why, Mrs. Niles, his arms are so powerful, he could crush the breath out of a person.
Oh, well, I get the hell and I'll go with you.
No, you stay here, Mrs. Niles. We'll bring back Cactus Pete, dead or alive. Let's jump on our horses.
Okay. The sound man is on the wrong track again.
Tough-looking cow town we're coming into.
Hey, Abbott, here's the Yellow Dogs from the saloon. Let's go in and see if anybody's seen Cactus Pete. All right, everybody, come on in for a drink. No, not you, horse. Just a man. You had it already.
Come on, Costello. We have a duty to perform. That man and fire that shot. Hurry up.
I got him. Listen, you. What's the idea of shooting a singer? He was singing Ireland Must Be Heaven, 'cause your mother came from there.
What did he say, Costello?
He said, cement mixer, pate.
Look, Costello, here comes the hostess.
Welcome to the Yellow Dog Saloon, senores.
I am Rosita. Yo no tengo vestir más porque tú eres muchacho muy caballero.
Come on over here and kiss.
You like me, senor, no? Everybody tells me that I have more curls than the Lincoln High.
Detours ain't bad either.
Costello, I thought we came here to pinch the cattle rustlers.
You pinch what you like, and I'll pinch what I like. Run for your life, everybody!
Cactus Pete, here's that boy. If he finds me with you, he will kill me. I'm going to hide behind this door.
Well, but the time has come. Let's just sit here.
Good for you, Costello. For a minute, I thought you were a coward. So you're going after Cactus, eh?
No, I'm going behind the door with Rosita.
Stand where you are! And Cactus Pete, the toughest hombre in these parts. They hit that Costello from 25 feet.
You think that's good? What?
You make fun of me, eh, hombre? That's this.
I knew it couldn't. Sneaked in a floater on me.
Quick, get down on him, quick.
All right, get him up, Cactus. Come on, I'm Sheriff Costello. I'm arresting you for stealing this Nile cattle.
You are very quick on the draw, senor.
Oh, that's your draw, yeah.
It is a pleasure to have such a beautiful gun pointed at my heart. All my life I have wanted a pearl-handled revolver. That is beauty, senor. Do you mind if I look at it?
No, not at all. Here.
Ha! You little fat fool. I've got your gun. Now stick him up. Give me your mark, your watches, your rings. Thank you, senor. And I'll hear to you. Costello. Why are you laughing? You stole all our money. You stole our jewelry. You stole your gun.
Joke is on him.
What do you mean?
Wait till he finds out that the gun ain't loaded.
Now, Sir Button, with final word.
Well, Costello, you acted pretty stupid with that cattle rustler tonight. I thought you said you knew how to handle a gun.
Oh, that was just for the program, Abbott. I'm to prove it to you. If that gentleman sitting down there in the front row will step up on the stage, I'll shoot a knot in his head. Oh, no! Anything but that! It's murder! He'll kill us all! Let's go! Wait a minute, you. Come here. Why do you always pick on me?
Because you're always trying to show off. I bet you don't know the first thing about chasing cattle rustlers. I'll bet you're scared to death of a bull.
Oh, no, I'm not. One time I was standing face to face with a charging bull. There he was, breathing fire, snorting and pawing the ground. Everybody was scared to death. But with one little word, I stopped that ferocious bull in its tracks.
You stopped that bull in its tracks with one word? Mm-hmm. What was it?
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody in Paris.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, buy Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T. C-A-M-P-L-S.
Good evening, this is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading symphony orchestras. We'll touch on other topics, too, and we'll begin the evening by visiting Hollywood for Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is book, B-O-O-K.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
What's that chicken doing here? Where are the singers?
Singers?
The ones going to sing, Let Mrs. Grass Make the Soup at Your House. Those singers.
Don't need 'em. I brought this chicken that's going to sing.
The chicken?
Sure.
It is Mrs. Grass's chickeny rich noodle soup with real chickeny flavor. I figure we ought to have a chicken sing about it. I suppose the chicken's going to tell the people all about how Mrs. Grass's chickeny rich noodle soup is made with Mrs. Grass's exclusive golden nugget and her own genuine egg noodles. Well, not exactly. I suppose the chicken's going to tell about how that blue box of Mrs. Grass's soup mix gives you more soup and half again more noodles. You don't understand. I didn't bring a talking chicken. It's a singing chicken. Come on. Let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. Sing it.
Let me the soup make the grass at your house.
I must have brought the wrong chicken.
Groucho K. Canton Wine and Dr. Paul Saltman are standing by to talk to you, so folks come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Everything. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100.
What is it?
Oh, well, we can't tell you yet. K. Canton Wine and Dr. Paul Saltman or Saltzman to you? Saltman?
You call me whatever you like. It's Saltman, though.
Saltman. What kind of Canton wine? What kind of wine is that? I've never heard of it before. Is that made out of grapes?
Well, you may have heard of my father, who's a famous wrestler, Howard Hangman Canton Wine.
Oh, yes. Do you inherit any of your father's
And
talent?
he isn't made out of Well, no.
I mean, for wrestling. I mean, do you like to wrestle?
No.
Have you done any wrestling at all?
No, not
Well, there are a number of girls that do wrestle. I was thinking of a couple of new holds I'd like to show you. Would you be interested in that?
Well, I don't think I would, but I'm sure my father would.
Well, I'm with the show. Now, Dr. Saltman, just what kind of a doctor are you? Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Well, I am an animal, and I study plants, and I'm an associate professor at the University of Southern California.
Well, it's a very imposing string of titles.
Well,
what's the difference between an associate professor and a full professor?
About $2,500 a year.
Well, how do you get to be a full professor? Do you eat everything they put in front of you at dinner?
Well, you have to do that, and you can't dribble any soup down your tie, and you sort of got to keep your nose clean and write a lot of books and articles, and don't pinch any co-eds.
You said a secret word tonight, which is book. So you each split $50. You each get $50. And speaking of books, my book is on sale at all the bookstores and department stores in the United States.
Can I plug some of my articles in the latest Journal of Biological Chemistry, hot off the newsstand?
Yes, you certainly can.
It's a big seller. I think about 10 people read it.
What subject do you teach at UCLA?
Well, I teach biochemistry.
At UCLA? That's quite a trick.
Oh, not at UCLA. I profess biochemistry at the University of Southern California, not to be confused with that small state-supported institution to the west.
That's better.
Well, that's a very snobbish attitude. You look like an educated Jerry Lewis.
Is that a compliment?
I'm not sure.
No.
I'm not either.
I'll have to discuss that
Certainly
with my lawyer.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sure.
Oh, I don't know about that. I saw you on some show called Ad Lib or something like that.
Oh, yes.
And you were just wonderful on that.
Thank you. It's an ill-fated show, which no longer blows wind over TV.
Well, that's unfortunate because I thought it was a fine show. It had a nice intellectual quality about it, and it was fresh and bright, and I liked it. And those are the things that usually disappear from TV.
Yeah, like that.
Unfortunately, yeah. I'd like to find out more about you two, but we have to get on and play the game. You know how to play the game, You Bet Your Life?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I could have Mr. Fenneman come out and explain it to you. George?
Yes.
Remember, you get any 4 questions you like, and you alternate your selections.
Well, you selected plants, animals, and birds, so pick your first question.
This is for $300. What is another name for the plant known as belladonna?
Flowering nightshade.
That's good enough.
And you now have $300, $200 more.
Thank you, pharmacist.
For 300 smackolas, from what plant do we obtain linseed oil?
Oh, I think I know that. But you go ahead.
Go ahead. Just tell me. I think you're right. Go ahead. Tell him.
Cotton. Oh, really?
Well, Well, it says flax here.
Oh,
You just don't know the flax of life, that's all.
yeah.
Don't give up.
This time I'll get it right. Gee, you better answer me.
How many stomachs does a cow have?
How many stomachs does a cow have? There's, I think 2, Groucho. Maybe 3, but 2.
Doctor, don't you know a cow has 4 stomachs? 4? Sure. No. You remember 4 stomachs and 20 years ago today are 4?
Well, they're going to kill me in the zoology department when I get back to USC.
I think they have a right to do.
This is your last chance to make $500.
Go for the 200.
What do you call the lizard that changes color to match his background?
A chameleon.
Chameleon. Schlemeleon, yes.
That's me.
That's you, a chameleon. All right, at any rate, you have $500, so you get a chance at the big money later. Thanks for being here. It was delightful. You were both delightful. Bright, charming, witty. So, hasta mañana.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
America's happiest family car, the American, that's the one. The thriftiest family sedan in America, 4 doors full of fun.
The happiest car in America is here, from the world's largest builder of compact cars. It's the famous Rambler American for 1960, now in a brand new 4-door sedan. The Rambler American gives you the new standard of basic excellence in the thriftiest family car in America. The Rambler American is the lowest priced 2-door sedan built in the U.S., only $1,795 at factory. The Rambler American turns easier, parks shorter, and saves you big money on gas. See the new Rambler American line at your Rambler dealers, where your Rambler dollar buys more.
America's happiest people are the people who own this happy car. Rambler American.
Groucho, Jerry Weinstein and a man whose only name is Attoon are anxious to talk to you, so folks, you can please meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Your name is Jerry Weinstein and Attoon. That's you?
Antoon.
Oh, you're Attoon.
Antoon.
Oh, well, you look out of tune. Okay. Is Antoon an Arabian name?
Lebanese.
Lebanese?
Lebanese. It's an Arabic name from generally heard in Lebanon.
Uh-huh. Whereabouts in Lebanon were you born?
Well, I was born in Ohio.
How did Lebanon get into Ohio? Isn't Lebanon in Pennsylvania?
Lebanon is the modern-day Phoenicia. It's located in the Near East.
Uh-huh.
And I was born in Latonia, Ohio, and then I was sent to Lebanon I was about 6 years old. Lived with my uncle who was a trader. As I say, since then I've traveled around the world fulfilling various jobs and occupations, you see.
Mm-hmm. Like what?
Well,
you say you pulled many jobs around the world? I mean, are you on the lam, Antoon?
No, Mr. Marx, I am not on the lam. What I have been involved in have been legitimate occupations.
Uh-huh. Well, what sort of shady enterprise are you involved in at the moment in this country?
Well, for the past 5 years, I've been an ambassador of goodwill.
Mm-hmm. Are you the ambassador from Lebanon, Ohio?
No, I am ambassador for the foremost manufacturers of the finest products. I try to associate myself and represent the finest so that I can add to people's happiness by that, giving them the best whatever is available. I was known as Antoon, the Swami of Salami.
The Swami of Salami. That sounds pretty spicy, doesn't it, huh? Well, what did you do as the Swami of Salami? Did you hang in a delicatessen store window?
Not exactly. I have represented Swift & Company. They are the foremost meat packers of the world, and I sold Swift Salami.
You sold...
I was known as...
well, what is
the
difference between Swift Salami and slow salami?
Well,
you mean this travels faster than Alma's salami or Wilson's?
With Swiss salami, you make the dinner faster and the finest fashion.
I see. Well, Jerry, that's you, huh?
Yes,
Is your
sir.
last name Atrix?
No, it's Weinstein.
How old are you?
I just turned 21.
You just turned 21?
Yes.
Well, you turned out fine as far as I'm concerned. Where are you from, Jerry?
I'm from Hollywood, California, and I've never been out of California either. Just been to some of the resorts like Palm Springs.
Are you married?
Yes, I am, Groucho.
No wonder you've never been out of California. Now, you say you're married, so there must be a husband somewhere in the bushes. How did you meet him?
Oh, I was driving along Wilshire Boulevard, and he pulled up alongside me with his little foreign sports car and honked.
What was he, a goose? What do you mean? What did you do when he drove up and honked?
I honked back.
And did you fall in love right there in the middle of the boulevard?
No, a couple of weeks later we met at a swimming pool, and he came up and introduced himself.
Well, were you surprised when he...
Oh, kind of.
Well, if he honked when he saw you in the car... And this time you were in a bathing suit, huh?
Yes, sir.
Can you imagine how he must have honked when he saw her in a bathing suit? Did he ask you for a kiss on your first date on the boulevard?
Yes, he did.
And did you reciprocate?
I didn't know what to say, so I said yes.
Did it ever occur to you that there's such a word as no in our language? I admit in time it may be eliminated for lack of usage, but at the moment it is still in the dictionary. All right, Jerry, then what happened? He grabbed you, smacked you, and married you.
He was about to kiss me. My grandfather came out on the porch.
You mean he dropped you and kissed your grandfather?
No, we went around the block and then he kissed me.
Well, how soon after your grandfather left the porch did he pop the question?
Well, a few days later we took a ride to see the new foreign cars that came out.
Yeah.
And
He still had an old one, huh?
Yeah, he still had an old one.
And what happened?
And he told me to stick out my hand, and he slipped an engagement ring on my finger. And
You stuck out your hand and
he slipped an engagement ring on my finger.
You hear that, girl? Always stick out your hand when you're in an automobile. You can make a left turn, dry your nail polish, and get engaged all at the same time. Well, it's certainly been an interesting experience talking to you two, one that I'm going to try to forget as soon as possible. Now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. George, suppose you tell them how to play this, huh?
Well, as you can see there...
Are you playing with toys now?
No, this is pretty important to these people. The box is divided into $100, $200, and $300 questions. Of course, the $100 ones are fairly simple. The $200 ones are more difficult, and the $300 ones are pretty tough. Now, you get 4 questions. You get to keep all the money you win, and the object of the game is to earn at least $500, because if you do, you can come back at the end of the show and try for $10,000.
Now, you selected hit songs, okay? You understand it? Right. For $200. What is it?
I'm not sure. I think When Love Came In.
Yeah, what's the title of the song?
That's my idea.
No. It may be your idea, but that's not the title of the song. It's Say Magnifique by Cole Porter.
All right, we have 3 more chances to make $500 and get a chance at $10,000 at the end of the show. Another $200 question, Roger.
Another $200.
April Love.
April Love is right.
You now have $200. And this could put you in the $500 category. This is a $300 question.
Yeah. What is it?
Tango something, I'm not...
No, it's Thumbelina.
Well, you...
It's from Danny Kaye's picture.
All right, this is
well,
it.
if you get this, you'll have $500. For $300. Okay, play it. What is it?
Blue Tango.
Blue Tango is right. You've got $500.
Yes. So We'll see you a little later on at the end of the show, and you'll have a chance then to go for $2,000, $5,000, or $10,000.
Now, isn't this better than selling salami in a meat market? Yogi Bars, salami is very good. Yes, and June, you're a nice fellow.
We'll see if both our couples can bring their winnings up to $10,000 in just a moment.
It's a Rambler year. Rambler is here.
The new standard of basic excellence. Rambler for 60 is thinking new. With the best of both for you. Get big car comfort and room plus speed. Small car economy and handling ease.
It's a Rambler year. Rambler is here.
Now, from the world's largest builder of compact cars comes the new Rambler for 1960. With brilliant new styling, outstanding performance, and top economy. See the lowest priced American-built two-door sedan, $1,795 at factory. See new station wagons with 3 wide seats and the tailgate that's a 5th door. Go to your Rambler dealers today and see
the new standard of basic excellence. Rambler for 60, that brand new car that tells the world how smart you are.
And now, George, we have the wheel here. Let's see if anybody's going to win $10,000.
All right, both of our couples will have a chance to try tonight, and here's our first pair, Kay Kenton Wine and Dr. Saltman.
Well, you know, this year, if you win 500 or more in the quiz, you get a chance to run your winnings for the night up to 2, 5, or even 10,000. So, one of you pick a number for $10,000.
I'll pick 8.
Pick 8, George. And Doc?
5.
5. 8 and 5. Now, if neither of these numbers comes up, you can run your winnings up to $2,000. Is that clear?
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Turn the wheel.
Go.
Well, the numbers were 5 and 8, and your number came 2, so this question is worth a total of $2,000. On May 21st, 1959, the Statue of Liberty celebrated her 75th birthday. For $2,000, who was the French sculptor who created the world's best loved lady, the Statue of Liberty? Talk it over. What's the answer?
I'll guess, and I'm sure it's wrong, but the only French sculpture I know of that type thing would be Rodin, but I doubt
No,
it.
this is Frederick August Bartholdi, and very well known. You're a disgrace to USC.
Oh, you said it. I'm going to UCLA tomorrow.
Well, I should get a job. Well, I'm sorry you missed it, but you won $500, and the quiz, they won $100, didn't you? In Secret Word?
Oh, yes.
So you each get $300. That's not too bad for a night's work.
That's wonderful.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for coming up there.
Roger, here are Jerry Weinstein and Attoon. They won $500 already. You come back now to try for the $10,000?
Now, pick a number from 1 to 10.
6.
6. Put up a 6 for $10,000. Now, you pick a number for $5,000. 1. 1. 6 and 1. Now, if any number comes up except the ones that are up there, the question is worth $2,000. So give it a turn. To do this. 6 and 1. Well, you almost missed it. Your numbers are 1 and 6, so this question is worth $2,000. Are you ready? Let's see if you stayed awake in school, or if you slept through your arithmetic class. For $2,000, tell me how many degrees there are in each angle of an equilateral triangle. Long time since I was in school. How many degrees there are in each angle of an equilateral triangle?
30.
No, you're half right. It was 60.
Oh.
So I'm sorry. So they win, how much did you win?
Well, they have 500 right now, and that's it.
Thanks very much for coming up there.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meeker. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Join the celebrities on its network time, weekdays over most of these same NBC stations.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Cook and her son, Mr. Rush Cook. Sade occupies a corner of the Davenport darning socks, and young Rush applies himself without zeal to his algebra textbook at the library table. And now a voice from the kitchen is heard. Listen.
Hi, Gary. Oh, Joe.
I got a bone to pick with him.
Huh?
Yep.
Hi. Greetings, Dr. Sleech. Is your mother home, or is she downtown spending all my money?
Sitting right here on the Davenport.
That's fine. Tell her I dropped around the corner for a cigar, but I'm expected back in half an hour.
Okay. Tell with this algebra's getting tough.
Hard problem?
Horrible. I think they're going a little too far when they ask an individual to extract the cube root of a number and then raise it to the seventh power and then construct an equation.
Say, isn't this Sadie Cook?
Hello.
It is Sadie Cook, isn't it?
Yeah.
I knew I'd seen that face someplace before. First I thought it was Q.O. Dux or Dixon, but then I remembered he had whiskers. Then I figured it must be true.
I dug that old plaid suit out of the clothes closet and sent it to the cleaners like you asked me.
Good. Lots of wear left in that plaid suit.
Rush, go out in the dining room and get what's on top of the buffet.
Uh-huh. Why, Rush is here, too. Hello, Rush.
Oh.
I didn't see you. I guess you're so small and insignificant and unimportant and worthless.
Trot along, Willie. It's a letter.
Okay.
Letter from Bess.
Oh, really? Walter's kneecap, I trust, is laid up on the twinges. Uncy, I'm convinced, is improving her technique on the pianoforte. The weather in Carberry, I'd say, is mild.
Just a little trivial letter from Bess in the month of August, 1937.
How do you mean, General Upspecht?
Vic, I'd be ashamed.
What for?
Know where I found Bess's letter?
No.
Inside coat pocket of your plaid suit.
Yeah?
It had never been opened.
Really?
It had never been opened.
Here you are, Mom.
Thank you.
Aunt Bess say anything about that big fire they had in Freeport?
Aunt Bess wrote this poor, miserable little letter almost 4 years ago.
Yeah?
Read the postmark.
Carberry, Illinois.
Read down below.
August 1937.
August 1937.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, kiddo, I remember how that was.
Do you?
Sure.
Where's it been, Mom?
Upstairs in your father's clothes closet.
Yeah, I remember how that was. It was in the summertime, one afternoon. Me and Steve Chesbutter were walking home from the office. We stopped out in front of the house to chat a little bit. Steve went up the street, and I looked in the mailbox, and there was this letter from Bess. I was holding it in my hand, and Donahue hollered at me to come over in his front yard and look at some kind of bug he found. Well, we looked at it and got to talking, and I stuck Bess's letter in my inside coat pocket and forgot all about it. Yeah, and I remember I had on my plaid suit, too. It was a warm afternoon in August.
I know you don't think much of poor Bessie's rotten little letters, but I never realized you'd go so far as to...
Hey, now, kiddo, you're not insinuating I hid Bess's letter on purpose.
Not at all.
Anybody's liable to do that.
August 1937.
Anybody's liable to stick something in their pocket and forget it.
I know.
Sure, look at Uncle Fletcher. Why, George, he forgets to put on his necktie half the time. The other day
You won't tell Aunt Bess about this, will you, Rush?
Tell her about what?
Your father and what he thinks of her letters.
Uh-uh.
I wish you wouldn't. Just watch your step and never let on.
Okay.
Oh, heck, Sage, you act like I'd committed some monstrous crime.
It's all right.
Holy smoke, there's nothing important in the half-wit letter, is there?
None of the half-wit letters my sister writes are important.
Well, my gosh, if I'd been caught throttling some poor old
It's
lady...
all right. Forget it. Just one thing, though, I hope she never finds out. Don't you ever let on, Rush.
You think Aunt Bess would be mad if she knew Gov had accidentally put a letter in his coat pocket and forgot it?
Oh, no. Aunt Bess don't get mad.
Oh.
I believe I'll step over to like knee suppers and see if he feels like a little indoor horseshoe.
I'll go along.
You supposed to be studying?
I'm all through.
Oh, okay. Get your hat.
Here's what poor Bessie has to say in her little good-for-nothing letter. A little old good-for-nothing letter she almost broke her back writing almost 4 years ago that people never even bothered to open.
Of course I never opened it. I don't open mail addressed to other parties. That letter's addressed to you.
Here's what she says. Carberry, Illinois, August 9th, 1937. August 9th, 1937.
Oh, Sunday, you'd think I'd bit my grandmother's ear off.
I read in the paper where a guy done that. A guy in North Dakota. Paper stated he was a quick-tempered guy, and his grandmother made him mad by refusing to shovel some coal in the cook stove.
I think your mother wants to read, George.
Dear sister-in-law, thought I would write and see how you are feeling. I hope nobody ever tells Aunt Bess about you either, Rush. Break her heart. We are all well, and Walter's kneecap has let up on the twinges. Hasn't the weather been hot, though? We almost sweltered last week. The thermometer's been around 90 even in the evening. So Rush is 11 years old now. I bet he feels quite the grown-up man. What is it?
I'm 14.
This was written in the year 1937. August 9th, 1937.
Heck, kiddo, I haven't murdered anybody.
Mr. Geeger up the street has taken to going barefooted these terrible hot days. He often asks after you by the way. He says, how is your good-looking sister? Ha, ha.
What's that last?
Ha, ha. It's a little laugh. In parenthesis. How is your good-looking sister? Ha, ha. People in around Carberry here think there might be a war in Europe. Certainly hope not. I suppose Rush is enjoying his summer vacation. He'll be in the 7th grade, won't he, when he goes back to school?
Cut out the feeble-minded tittering, Sam. You want to hear Aunt Bess's interesting letter. I want to listen to you giggle and guffaw. Continue, kiddo. I'll see that he behaves himself.
Eunice has started taking piano lessons at last. Poor little tyke. Her hands are too small to stretch an octave. Miss Agnes Peterson is her teacher. I don't know whether you remember Agnes or not. You met her at church one Sunday, but you met so many folks, probably they're mixed up in your mind. Anyway, she's considered quite a good piano teacher. She only has the one leg, so when she plays a piece, she puts a flat iron on the loud pedal. How is Victor? I hope it's cool in his office. Lands, I've never seen it so hot. Well, Ed Rackerman got the job he was after in Dubuque.
Dead, isn't it?
What?
Ain't Ed Rackerman dead?
I don't know Ed Rackerman.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of Joe Rackerman. Yeah, guess I am. Joe Rackerman.
I know a Pete Rackerman, not Bright. Say hello to him and he goes,
Well, Ed Rackerman got the job he was after in Dubuque. Supposed to pay very good money. He and his family move away from Carberry the first of the week. How is Victor's sore foot? Ha ha.
Sore foot?
What?
Sore foot?
Yes.
I don't remember having any sore foot.
This was in 1937.
I don't remember having any sore foot in 1937.
I expect Bessie tells fibs.
Why does she tack ha-ha on there?
Got no better sense, I guess.
No, but there's nothing funny about a guy having a sore foot.
Bessie's mean.
Oh, heck, say.
The reason I didn't answer your last nice letter sooner was because Walter carried it around in his coat pocket several days.
There you are. Other guys accidentally forget stuff.
Seems he took it out of the mailbox and stuck it in his pocket and never remembered he had it.
Sure.
I can't get it in my head the year 1937 is half over. Reminds me how old I'm getting. Ha-ha.
Ha-ha. Quiet, Rush.
Just think, that little scalawag of a Rush is 11.
Oh.
Well, mate, I guess I've done enough chattering. Sit down and write me a long letter real soon. And in the meantime, try to keep cool. Love to all. Bess.
A very nice letter. A very, very nice letter. So Tom Hackerman moves to Dubuque next week, does he?
Ed Rackerman.
Yeah, Ed Rackerman moves to Dubuque. Oh, good. I always enjoy hearing the news from Carberry. Bess writes a darn interesting letter.
August 9th, 1937. August 9th, 1937. Poor Bess.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Deems Taylor. Deems. No, Duffy, you don't say what are they, you say who is he. Yeah, certainly. It's different from Yonkers. Yeah, he's the guy who used to talk at Carnegie's Hall. Yeah, the guy that talks about music. Yeah, he just talks. Yeah, for that he gets paid. Well, they have to pay him, otherwise he wouldn't stop talking. Well, look, you know my song, Leave Us Face It? Peter Van Steeden is making it into a symphony. A symphony. Well, that's the same as music, only longer. Yeah. And louder. Huh? Paul Whiteman? No, he ain't coming tonight. He had an accident. Yeah, he fell into the orchestra. Yeah, very serious stuff. He wiped out the entire fiddle section. Yeah. Well, look, I gotta go write a commentary for Deems. I'll call you back. Okay, Duffy. What are you writing, Miss Archie?
It's a commentary, Eddie. You see, Peter Van Steeden is making my song, Leave Us Face It, into a symphony. I'm going to call it Archie 6.
What happened to the fifth?
Beethoven already wrote that. This thing I'm writing is a commentary for Deems Taylor to say.
Commentary?
Yeah, one of them things, you know, that explains what a composer was thinking about after he's dead. Or, as us musicians say, after he is posthumous.
Is this your symphony going to be played right out in public?
Oh, yeah.
Then you'll be posthumous, too.
That crummy song. Eddie, that crummy song may turn out to be a hit. It's being sold all over the country.
Yeah? But where is it being bought?
Plenty of places. The royalties is just rolling in.
How much have they made so far?
Well, this is the first song.
How much?
Well, Mozart's started slow, too.
How much?
Well, it's $1 million. How
much is it?
28 cents.
28 cents? Is that net or gross?
No, I think strictly cash. Of course, it ain't no fortune.
It ain't even 30 cents. Yeah, but wait until Deems gets me into ASCAP.
ASCAP?
Yeah, that gang of songwriters, you know, the SPCA. You know the thing, it's a songwriters thing, a kind of a protective association. No?
That you could use.
Yeah, why do I argue with you?
Hello,
Oh, Flanagan.
That song of yours keeps running through my head all the time.
Oh, Flanagan, it's certainly got plenty of room. But stick around. We're going to play it later for Deems Taylor.
The Deems Taylor Hotel.
Didn't you ever hear the symphonies on Sunday?
No.
Well, Deems is the guy who announced them.
Oh, him? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was one of them commentators, you know. Gave sort of a blow-by-blow description of the music.
I hate them kind of guys. Dude, I don't like people that talk while I'm listening to music.
Why not?
Oh, when they talk, I can't hear the tuba.
Well, what do you want to hear the tuba for?
Because I never heard one. What is that tuba like, God?
Tuba, that's the thing that goes tweet, 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 tweet.
Is that a tuba?
Yeah.
So, well, what's one of them little things that you hold on the side of your mouth that looks like a piccolo?
That's a piccolo.
So what's your flute?
That you play on the other side of your mouth.
All right, maybe we're thinking of two different kinds of tubas. See, I mean them tall tubas with strings.
Oh, them is violins.
So wait a minute, I thought a violin was something you played sitting down under your chin.
Well, this is for short guys who play standing up with no chin. They call them king-size fiddles.
Thanks, Arch. Thanks very much. You make everything so clear. Boy, you sure know your musical instruments.
Thanks. Now, let's see. The second movement of this symphony opens with a baboon's playing a spiccato. Boy, this is going to be some symphony.
Well, Archie, if you ask me.
Miss Duffy, I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Flanagan, what do you want to say?
So, yeah?
Well, that throws a different light on it. Look, Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one woman music composer who is a member of the female sex.
A woman composer? Florence Nightingale.
Florence Nightingale. Miss Duffy, Florence Nightingale happened to be a singer. No, Miss Duffy, to write great music, one has to suffer. And women happens to be insufferable.
Women are the biggest sufferers of their sex in the world. It may not show, Archie, but I have suffered.
It shows. Believe me, Miss Duffy, it shows.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, well, Benevenuta, look, where was you last week?
Home with a cold.
Go ahead, sing, Bene. We try it.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain, and the waving wheat can sure smell sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain. Oklahoma, every night, my honey lamb and I sit alone and talk and watch a hawk making lazy circles in the sky. We know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. And ducks and geese better scurry when I take you out in the Surrey. When I take you out in the Surrey with the fringe on top. Watch that fringe and see how it flutters when I drive them high-stepping strutters. Nosy folks will peep through the shutters and their eyes will pop. The wheels are yellow, the upholstery's brown, the dashboard's genuine leather. With eyes and glass curtains you can roll right down in case there's a change in the weather. Two bright side lights winking and blinking, ain't no finer rig, I'm a-thinking. You can keep your rig if you're thinking that I'd care to swap for that shiny little surrey with a fringe on the top. Oh, we know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. And when we say, yeah, oh, yippee-I-O-A, Oklahoma, 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 you're okay.
Mr. Archie, there's a man over there complaining.
Complaining? Why is he complaining?
Because we ain't got no Peter Ibbotson records in the jukebox.
Who else could it be but Deems Taylor? Well, Deems, the old boy, it's good to see you again. You know, you ain't changed a bit.
You don't look so good either.
Well, I need a haircut. Are you still working at the Philharmonic?
No, I'm now on the Radio Hall of Fame.
Oh, no more Philharmonica, huh?
Uh-oh.
When'd they can you?
I wasn't canned, Archie. The engagement was terminated by mutual consent.
Oh, are they still paying you?
No.
Don't let them kid you, Deems. You was canned. Boy, the way you kick around Carnegie's Hall, the Hall of Fame. Always in a hall.
Well, you know me, Archie. Hall or nothing at all.
Same old corny Deems. By the way, I heard you on Information Place last night.
You did?
Yeah. That Joel Kupperman's a clever kid, ain't he? Anyway, Deems,
hello, Mr. Taylor. Remember me?
Oh, yes. Yes, we met, at,
Here.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. It was in
Last May.
That's right. Yes. How are you, Miss
Duffy.
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
See, you have a marvelous memory.
and so we say farewell, Miss Duffy. Now, Deems, I want to talk seriously. You know, I've been kind of dabbling in your territory.
Archie, you've been wooing the muse?
Who's got time for dames? I mean music. Now, Deems, you're president of that SPCA, ain't you?
Well, I'm president of the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers.
But you're still with ASCAP.
Just in my spare time.
Yeah. Oh. Well, that's good. You see, I wrote a song.
Oh, goody.
Here, I'd like you to take a gander at it, huh?
Let's see.
Will that get me into ASCAP, Deems?
Archie, that wouldn't even get you into the SPCA.
Look, Deems, ain't Paul Whiteman the conductor on that program of yours?
Yes.
Well, I bet you if you show it to him, Whiteman would go overboard for this song.
Well, he might not go overboard, but this would send him to the rail.
But, Deems, you ain't heard the symphony arrangement of it Van Staden did.
Van Staden?
Yeah, of course, you know, I could have got one of them symphony big shots, you know, say like Tosky.
Tosky?
Castellanos. But with me helping him, Pete's pretty good, too. Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
Pete, you know Deems Taylor. Show him the symphony, huh?
Here, Deems.
All right. I see you've done a magnificent job of obliterating the melody.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pete's very good at that.
Say, this is a nice touch here, Pete. But, you know, I think right here for the trombones you need a glitch.
You feel a glitch there? I don't.
Oh, I do.
Now, wait a minute. I'm the composer of this song. I got something to say about this, too, you know.
Well, what did you want to say?
What's a glitch?
A glissando.
Huh?
A glissando.
Oh. These guys must have a code. Well, how about getting the band ready to play the thing, Pete?
Okay, I'll wake them up.
Good. Hey, Danny, Pete's going to play me symphony. Will you tell the people?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the smartest thing you can do for the next 10 minutes is to go out for a walk.
Ready for the symphony?
Yeah.
The chorus ready? And Deems Taylor will do the commentary.
A commentary? But, Archie, a thing like that takes preparation. It takes thought.
Deems, your brain is luckier than your body. I have already wrote one for you.
You wrote a commentary for me?
Deems, you wrote them when you was with the Philharmonica?
Yes, I did.
Are you still with them?
No.
Touche? Go ahead and read it, Deems.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Good eventide, music lovers everywhere. We are at Duffy's. This is your...
Go ahead, Deems.
This is your Uncle Deems. Tonight we present the symphony version of Leave Us Face It, We're in Love. This is one of them rare hunks of music which we are very lucky to find only once in a rarity. It will be performed by Maestro Van Steeden with the assistance of the Duffy Mixed-Up Chorus. The chorus consists of as follows. First bass, Mr. Clifton Finnegan. Second bass, Miss Duffy.
Me.
Third bass, Eduardo Green. The first movement is called Begin Here. And now a brief word about the first movement of this symphony. There is a clutter of the drums. Then a small theme is pushed out by the tuba player. This suddenly becomes a cadenza, then a theme again, then a cadenza, then a theme, then a cadenza, then a... This continues until the little theme is all pooped out. And now the house lights dim, And a pall falls over the audience. I see Maestro Van Steeden is climbing on his baton. And we're about to hear the first movement of this symptomatic arrangement of Leave Us Face It.
Don't leave us face it.
Leave us face it. Leave us face it.
Leave us face it. Don't 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 let us leave us face it. Don't leave us face it.
The second movement is based on the word us in the title. It is a short, frighteningly clever movement, which is a masterpiece of brevitude and shortness. The second movement. And now the third movement. This little movement has a meaning all its own. It is a depictation of the composer's love life. We can hear in the fiddles the beautiful tomatoes pleading with Archie for love. And then the sound of the drums is Archie saying no. In the last half of the movement, we don't hear the drums.
Well, Deems, I ain't made out of wood.
Not all of you.
Continue, Deems.
We now hear the third movement.
I told you I wasn't made out of wood.
And now the fourth and final movement.
Hooray! Deems!
The fourth and final movement changes its mood. It goes from the subjunctive to the philopopsical.
The philopopsical. Deems, the word is philosophical.
Nevertheless, we now hear the fourth movement.
Hello? Hello, Duffy, did you hear it? What do you know about music? Well, listen, Deems, now that you've heard... Excuse me. Hello? Oh, Paul, it's Paul Whiteman. Paul, did you hear the symphony? What did you think? Well, no kidding. I would be very grateful for your opinion. What do you know about music? So jealous. Well, look, Deems. Oh, I think... Hello? Oh, yeah? Just a moment. Deems, it's ASCAP. They want to talk to you.
Oh. Hello? Brutal? Slur on the profession. A disgrace to music.
Deems, ask him how he liked it.
Hello? Hello? No, listen. No, listen. Please, listen. Hello? Hello?
What did he say, Deems? Do they want me in ASCAP?
No.
No, huh?
No, they don't want me either. They just thrown me out.
They threw you out, huh? Well, don't worry, Deems. You still got that swell job, in the Hall of Fame. Yes. Well, Deems, if I hear of anything, I'll get in touch with you.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning, the needle comes down. It's music.
Until my baby comes home, no sir, no nothing. As long as baby must roam, I promised him I'd wait for him till even the Hades rose. I'm lonesome, heaven knows, but what I say still goes. No love, no nothing. And that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one. I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no sir, no love, no nothing till my baby comes home.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It starts with D and ends with T. That's Dress, the greatest suds discovery in 2,000 years. Dress brings you The Life of Riley. Dress, D-R-E-S-T. Dress, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle for washing silks, woolens, nylons, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Once in a while, Chester A. Riley comes to the conclusion that he's losing the love of his wife, Peg. This time, our story starts with a chair, an old corduroy-covered Morris chair, which Riley's mother gave them 17 years ago for a wedding present. Every evening, Riley, with a sigh of satisfaction, would settle down in his old Morris chair.
Darn that spring. Poor Morris is getting old.
And then a few days ago, Riley had a birthday, and his wife presented him with a brand new chair, a modern one, covered in leather and equipped with the latest style air cushion. This chair didn't go. Instead, whenever Riley sat down, it went. And whenever he stood up, it went.
What a chair. It ain't every wife who'd give her husband a gorgeous chair like this. That's because she's so crazy about me. She's a lucky woman.
And the days passed, and Riley was a happy man, secure in the knowledge that his wife adored him. Until one night, Riley and his wife and their neighbor Jim Gillis were on their way home from the movies.
Oh, my, I enjoyed that movie. Didn't you, Mr. Gillis?
Oh, yeah, I'm a fiend for them pictures about the olden days. I get a kick out of seeing all them aristocrats. The dukes with their duchesses, and the barons with their baronesses, and the counts with their discounts. Well, I liked the movie, okay, but there was one part that wasn't true to life.
What part?
Well, you know, that big scene at the end where all them servants are standing around. All of a sudden, the duke, right in front of the dame he loves, takes off his hat with the built-in broom and starts sweeping the floor.
He wasn't sweeping, he was bowing.
Oh.
They were very polite in those days.
Oh, yeah. The men spent half of their time bowing. They never got me to do that. With all them knights standing around with those lances.
Riley.
Yes, me, all that bowing's a lot of bunk. A fella can be polite without rubbing his chin on the floor.
Well, just the same, the average man could take a few lessons on how to treat a woman politely.
You hear that, Riley? She means you. Me? You're crazy, Gillis. Peg, tell us how polite I am. Go and tell him.
Oh, let's change the subject.
No, hey, you see, Riley? Your wife don't want to embarrass you. She's a gentleman. Well, sure she's a gentleman, and she learned it from me. You sure got a nerve, Gillis, telling me I ain't polite.
Oh, now calm down, dear.
Yeah, why get excited, Riley? Supposing I did say you got bad manners. I'm sorry. Well, I don't want it to get around. Who's got bad manners? Why, you...
Bernie, look, there's our boss.
Hey, we'll miss it. Come on, let's make a run for it. Hey, wait a minute, wait. Hold it. Hey, hold it, driver. Hold the bus. Hold the bus there. We made it. There ain't another bus for an hour. Gee, it's crowded. And look, just what I expected. All the women are standing and all the men are sitting. Every one of them. Well, there's a woman sitting. That's the bus driver. Well, anyway, Gillis, I'm always polite to women. Oh, who you trying to kid? I seen the way you treat Peg. Oh, is that so? Well, I'm wonderful to her. I got one policy. I treat my wife the way I would any stranger. That's the trouble. Do you ever go out of your way to show her a little common courtesy? I show her the most common courtesy. Do you ever open a door for her, help her out with her coat, or take her arm when she's crossing the street? Gillis, that stuff's not for married people. That's for people who are in love. You mean you don't love your wife? Oh, no, I'm crazy about her. She's a wonderful wife, one in a million. Wives like mine don't hang from trees. Well, if you love her, why don't you show it? Now, you take me. I'm a thoughtful husband. 2-3 times a week, I sneak into my house, put my hands over my wife's eyes, give her a kiss, and say, guess who? Well, that wouldn't work with my wife. She's no good at guessing. All right, have it your way, but don't say I didn't warn you. It's the little things that count with women. And one of these days, your wife's liable to get fed up with you. Well, you ain't scaring me, Gillis. I'm polite enough for my Peg. That's what you think. All right, you don't believe me? Well, ask her if I ain't always considerate. Hey, Dumpling, Gillis here says that... Hey, Peg. Hey, where are you? Hey. Holy smoke, I didn't wait for her to catch the bus. Here comes the bus, Gillis, at last. Peg must be on this one. Yeah, well, so long, pal. No, wait a minute, Gillis. Oh, no, not me. After what you done to Peg, I'd rather face the wildest beast. So I'm going home to my wife. So long, Riley. See you in the hospital. Gillis, wait a minute. Don't leave. Wait. Darling, let me help you down. Thanks, sweetheart. Oh. Excuse me. I thought you... Oh, here you are, Dumpling. Well, where did you disappear to?
Where did I? Well, of all the...
Wait, Dumpling, wait.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Running off like that and leaving me a block behind. Some gentleman.
But, Dumpling, it was a natural mistake.
Natural? Apparently you never heard of the expression, ladies first.
But this was a bus, not a sinking ship. I'm sorry, Dumpling. It won't happen again. I'll be polite from now on. I promise. Here, take my arm while we walk home, huh?
We are home.
Wait, let me open the door for you.
I've got it open.
Well, then let me carry you across the threshold, huh? So, slams the door right in my face. Nice manners. Oh, well, she'll cool off in a little while. Forget all about it.
Are you sure, Riley?
Who said that?
I did. You remember me. I'm your conscience.
I don't see you.
Of course not. I'm in your head.
That's a lie. There's nothing in my head.
You can say that again.
There's nothing in my head.
Riley, Gillis was right. Keep on treating Peg the way you are, and you'll lose her.
Oh, who are you kidding? I treat her nice.
Oh, come. Be honest. What about the bus just now?
Oh, you were there?
Of course I was. Everywhere you go, I go. When you get on the bus, I get on the bus.
Why don't you pay the fare once?
We're talking about you and Peg, that sweet woman giving you the best years of her life. When have you ever shown her any courtesy?
Well, lots of times.
Name one.
Well, I'm always thinking of her. Like when my son Junior was going to be born and it was time for Peg to go to the hospital. Who ran to the drugstore in a raging blizzard to phone for a taxi?
Your mother.
Well, who loaned her the nickel?
Never mind that. I'm talking about common, ordinary, everyday courtesy. When there's only one meatball left on the platter, do you let her have it?
Well...
When there's only one chair, do you let her have it?
Ah, that's where I got you. Just yesterday we were in a place and there was only one chair, and I let her have it instead of me.
That was at the dentist. Face the facts, Riley. Admit you've been thoughtless and inconsiderate to your wife.
Well, okay, you win. I admit it. I'm a beast.
Do you want to lose your wife's love?
No, I can't live without her. She's the most wonderful...
Then mend your ways. Start being polite.
Polite? Well, okay, I will. How do I start?
Well, it's the little things that women appreciate. Cultivate little gestures, like standing up when she enters the room, or when she leaves it. Did you ever do that?
Well, no, my feet hurt. I got cheap watch supports.
That's no excuse.
No, you're right. I'm going right in and tell Peg how polite I'm going to be.
No, don't tell her anything. Let your deeds speak for themselves.
Yeah, that's a better idea. I'll cultivate myself and grow on her.
Yes. She'll notice the change in you, and she'll change, too. She'll become more affectionate, more tender, loving.
Oh, I can hardly wait. From now on, I'm going to be a perfect gentleman. I'll keep my coat on at the table. I'll stand up when she comes into the room or goes out. And when there's only one 8-ball left, we'll split it.
Oh, is that you, Riley?
Yes, madam, it's me. Dumpling, sweetheart. You still mad at me? Please, don't be mad.
Well, I'll overlook it this time. But next time...
Don't worry. There won't be no next time. From now on, I'm... But you'll see.
All right. How about dinner?
Oh, grub ready? Pardon the crude expression. I meant to say, is grub being served?
Well, not for a while yet. Sit down and relax, dear. Well, why don't you sit down?
You sit down first.
Riley, I haven't got time to play games. Well, I better go take a look at the roast.
She's gone. Now it's okay to sit. Oh, I love this chair. Now I think I'll take a look at the paper and see what's happening in this busy old world. Your Palooka. Oh, here it is.
Dinner will be ready in just a moment. What's the matter? Why'd you jump up?
Well, this is nothing. Well, would you like to sit in this chair you got me?
Well, why? Isn't it comfortable?
Oh, no, it's comfortable. I just thought...
Well, that's your chair. I'll sit on the sofa.
Okay, then I'll sit... Oh, this is cozy.
Mother, I basted the... Oh, hello, Daddy.
Good evening, daughter Beth.
Well, for heaven's sake, Riley, why are you so fidgety? Can't you sit still for a minute without jumping up? Oh, I'm dead. I just got to sit down.
Yeah, let's all sit down.
Oh, Bab, did you turn the oven heat down to 300? Oh, I don't remember. I'll go and see. Oh, no. You sit there, dear.
Yeah, sit there, Bab.
I'll go see. Oh, no, Mother. You rest. Let me look. I might as well set the table, too. Oh, I better give her a hand. There you go again. My goodness, can't you relax? I'll call you when dinner's ready.
Thank heaven they're gone. I never figured if you want to be a gentleman, you got to wear out the seat of your pants.
Daddy doesn't like the new chair you bought? I'm positive. Didn't you notice last night he didn't sit in that chair for one solid minute? Kept fidgeting all evening, getting up, then sitting down, then getting up again. Why, I didn't realize he found it so uncomfortable. But he would have told you. Well, after all, it was his birthday gift. He wouldn't want to hurt my feelings.
It's too bad. But you can't return the chair now, can you?
Yes, I can. I phoned the store and they said it'd be all right. They'll call for it today.
But Daddy won't have a chair.
Well, I'll get the old one down from the attic.
Oh, Mother, it's a wreck.
Well, I Just put that flowered three-sided slip cover on it. It'll look brand new.
But that broken spring. Whenever I have company, they all make jokes about it.
Well, yes, it is pretty awful, but if your father misses it, there's no sense making him unhappy.
Suppose you're right. Aren't men weird?
Not all men, dear. Just your father.
Easy now, Mac. Watch that step. This chair sure is heavy.
Hey, yo, wait. What's the idea? Where you going with my new chair?
Taking it back to the store. Out of the way, mister.
But you can't do that.
Sorry, mister. We got our orders.
Never mind orders. You take orders from the boss of this house.
The lady said to take it back.
Well, go on. You got your orders.
Okay, Joe. Let's go.
I don't understand. She's sending back my birthday gift. Why?
You know why, Riley.
Oh, it's you, Conscience. Why don't you leave me alone?
I'll never leave you alone. I'll always be right here inside your head.
All right, stay there. But you'll be sorry. One of these days I'll stick my head in a cement mixer.
Don't avoid the subject, Riley. Why did Peg return that chair to the store?
Well, the chair was yellow. It clashed with my complexion.
Yellow and green don't clash. Answer my question.
Well, with the air cushion, it made a draft. She was afraid I'd get pneumonia.
You don't sit on your chest. Answer my question.
She don't love me anymore?
Oh, you do know why, don't you?
Because I wasn't polite to her all these years.
You didn't realize how important politeness is if you want to hold a woman.
That's where I made my big mistake. I always thought being good-looking was enough.
Riley, we're talking about you.
But I tried to reform.
Too late?
No, it ain't too late. I'll show you. She'll give me another chance.
It's no use. Her love is cold.
No, I'll warm it up again. You'll see. Where is she? Look, a new chair. You were wrong. She still loves me.
Wait, don't jump at conclusions.
No, this proves it. She gave back the yellow chair and got this one because it's more beautiful. It's gorgeous. Look at that cover and all those flowers.
There's something strange about this chair, Riley.
Oh, shut up. Peg loves me. This chair proves it. Now, stop pestering me. I want to try it out. I bet it's even more comfortable than...
It's the old chair, Riley.
What a revolting development this is.
In a moment, Draft will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley. Mrs. Riley's humming it. Babs is singing it. Women from coast to coast are repeating it. Yes, I mean our new Draft March. Ready?
Draft your dishes and oh, how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Bright. So don't you get left, get dressed.
Sure, join the march to Dress. Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. It makes glasses sparkle, polished or not. Before the war, millions of women tested this wonderful new kind of suds. They agreed Dress, the greatest suds discovery in 2,000 years. Just imagine, Dress is the first suds in history to wash dishes without leaving cloudy streaks that have to be polished off. That's where Dress is different from soap. Dress rich suds rinse clear, so dishes and glasses sparkle, towel or no towel. Another thing, no soap in the world gets rid of grease the way Dress does. And yet, Dress kind of hands. First thing Monday, get Dress in the bright green package. See how Procter & Gamble's Sudsing Miracle Dress makes dishes shine even without wiping. Don't get left, get dressed. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, this time, poor Riley's trouble started with a birthday present, an easy chair which his wife bought him. Having resolved to be more polite and gentlemanly in the future, Riley kept jumping up every time his wife or daughter entered or left the room. This convinced Mrs. Riley that the new chair wasn't comfortable, so she returned it and replaced it with his old broken Morris chair. And now, sensitive Riley thinks he's lost her love, but he's keeping it to himself.
But, Babs, if the old chair makes your father happy...
I know it does, Mother, but it doesn't go with the rest of the furniture.
Well, I thought slip cover was very pretty. Well, the slipcover's fine, but the chair's such an eyesore. Oh, it's not as bad as all that. You'll just have to put up with it. Where'd you ever get it anyway? Well, it was a wedding gift from your father's mother.
It's so out of place. Every time I look at it, it makes me positively ill.
Riley?
What is it, Conscience?
How long are you going to sit out here on the porch? I'm cold.
Oh, leave me alone, Conscience. My Peg don't love me no more, and I can't blame her. I'm a failure as a husband.
Poor Riley. It may not be as bad as you think. Maybe there's still a chance. Peg's in the kitchen. Ask her to forgive you. She's done it before.
That's right. She's the forgiving kind. I remember on our wedding day when I missed the train and she had to go on our honeymoon without me. She didn't seem to mind at all.
Then go on. Go to her at once.
Yeah, I'll go.
Well, open the door and go in.
Yeah, okay.
No, wait. Listen. They're talking.
Well, that's beside the point, Babs. Think of your father.
They're talking about you, Riley.
Yeah.
After all, Babs, I can't stand the ugly old thing either. But I guess I'll just have to make the best of it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But honestly, Mother, when the girls come over, I'm ashamed to have them see such a mess. Posing in all the wrong places.
I'll give up potatoes.
And pastry, too.
You stay out of this.
There's nothing I can do. After all, I am his wife.
For 17 years, Mother, how on earth did you stand it? I thought you had better taste.
Now, don't blame me. Blame his mother.
My father's to blame, too.
Don't let it worry you, dear. First chance I get, I'll get rid of that monstrosity. Come on, let's set the tape. Oh, Riley.
Daddy, we didn't know you were home.
I'll bet you didn't.
Riley, did you look in the living room? The chair.
Yeah, I saw it.
Well, I decided...
That's all right. You don't have to say any more. I got what's coming to me. Now, excuse me, I'm busy.
Well, did you ever see such a conceited man?
Oh, I never thought a thing like this would happen. My own wife and my own daughter. The way I feel now, I'd like to go away someplace and never come back.
May I make a suggestion?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, I didn't see you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
What are you doing around here, Digger?
Just passing by. I just attended a most impressive ceremony. We unveiled the tombstone of a colleague of mine. The epitaph inscribed on it touched me deeply.
Well, what did the epitaph say?
This one is on me. But you seem troubled, my friend.
Oh, Digger, it's my wife.
Ah, wives can be a problem. Now, you take my wife, Brunhilda. She has a most annoying habit. At the dinner table, she serves me first and says, "Here, Odell, dig in." But in spite of that, I adore my wife. She's
okay. Well, I love mine, too, but the trouble is she don't love me. You see, I was never polite to her.
Oh, politeness is most important, especially in our profession. For instance, whenever I've completed a business transaction, I shake hands, and with a cheerful smile I say, "Thank you, call again."
I tried making it up to my wife by being extra polite, but I guess it's hopeless.
Never say that. In our profession, we have a theory. Though troubles beset him and worries besiege him and fate may harry him, a man may be down, but he's never out until they carry him.
I don't know what to do, Dick.
Ah, if only you could make one supreme beau geste.
No, I'm no good at telling jokes.
No, I mean one extravagant gesture of gallantry, like the one Sir Walter Raleigh made for good Queen Bess. He won her eternal love.
Yeah, what did he do?
He threw a cloak across a puddle, so the Queen should not wet her dainty feet. That's it.
He did? Well, if he can do it, so can I.
Oh, Riley, you're not serious.
Yes, I am. I'll try anything to win back Peg, and I'll do it, too. All I need is a puddle.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing. Go find a puddle. But remember, if you get in too deep, even I won't be able to pull you out. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Oh, Riley, I don't know why you insisted on going to a movie tonight. It's the wet out.
That's fine.
What?
Don't worry. It stopped raining.
But it's liable to start again in a minute. Let's go back home.
No.
Oh, all right, then. Come on. Let's cross here.
No, not there. You want to get killed? That's a pedestrian lane. Let's cross here.
Well, all right. Come on.
Wait, there's a puddle.
Well, that's all right. I'll step over it.
No, not my little wife. Here, allow me.
Riley, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going to put this coat across it so my darling queen shouldn't get his tootsies wet.
Stop it! You must be out of your mind.
There you are. Step on it, Queenie. And remember, it's through the courtesy of Sir Chester Riley.
You! Oh! I could actually hit you.
But, darling...
How could you be so... Look what you've done.
Sweetheart, I was only being polite, like Sir Walter Riley. He put a coat over the puddle, and the Queen loved him for it. I only did what he did.
Yes, but you used my coat.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, hello, dear.
Dinner... Mother, the new chair, you got it back again.
Yes, this afternoon. I phoned the store, and luckily they still had it.
But Daddy doesn't...
I don't care. After what he did to my coat last night, I'm not going to worry about his comfort anymore. I want a new chair in the living room, and he'll just have to put up with it, even if he hates it.
Hey!
Uh-huh. And now for the fireworks.
I'm ready for him. Yes?
Oh, Peg, are you still... Oh, Dublin. The new chair. You got it back. It worked. You love me after all.
What a revolting development this is.
The Rileys will return in a moment. And now, a word to you ladies who like pretty lingerie, silk stockings, fluffy woolens. Dress Suds offers you brighter, fresher, safer cleaning for those nice washables than any suds before in history. Yes, dress stockings after every wearing, and they'll look lovelier and wear longer. In fact, Dress keeps stockings looking sheer as new. Dress your undies, too. Dress Gentle Suds keep lingerie colors bright and sparkling, washing after washing. And your nice new woolen, sweaters, and baby things. With Dress, they'll look softer and fluffier than ever before. You see, Dress is different from soap. All soaps leave a dulling soap deposit in fabrics, no matter how thoroughly you rinse them. But Dress's amazing suds rinse clear, leave pretty washables looking their loveliest. See for yourself. Get that bright green package of Dress. Sure, don't get less. Get Dress.
But, Riley, why didn't you tell me what you were up to?
Well, when it comes to politeness, action speaks louder than deeds. And now, wilt thou honor me with a kiss, beloved?
All right, Sir Walter. But will you do me one favor?
Anything. Don't forget, from now on, I'm a gentleman. What's the favor?
Don't be a gentleman. Just be yourself.
No sooner said than done. Come on, pucker up, babe.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Dress, the seasoning miracle for soaps, nylons, woolen fishes, invites you to meet our guests next week for The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Blaze at Noon. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard, music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Reuben Ship, Alan Lipscott, and Jack Brecker. Tonight's cast includes Paula Winslow, John Brown, Barbara Eiler, and Frank Nelson. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley. And reminding you, for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history, use Dress. Don't get less, get Dress.
Hi there. What glamorous hair? Then listen to this.
For lovely, shining hair, use Green Shampoo.
For brilliant glamour, you'll see what we mean. 'Cause your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
Never before, Dreen, could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Dreen is not a soap shampoo, leaves no dull film, as all soaps do.
Yes, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
See the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Cedric still has not been able to patch up his troubles with Clarabelle, but nobody seems to worry much about it anymore, except Cedric. As we look in on the little community today, it's late in the afternoon, and Lum has already left for home. We find Abner alone in the Jot 'em Down store and library as Cedric walks in with a much happier look on his face. Listen.
Wonderful world, Mr. Abner.
Huh? Oh, well, wonderful world, Cedric.
Sure is, ain't it?
Hey, Doggies, you look mighty chipper today. You got things straightened out with Clarabelle again, have you?
Yes, Mom. Got everything all straightened out now, please.
I'm glad to hear that, Cedric. Tell you've been giving us and yourself and everybody else a heap of trouble around here with your romantic problems.
Yes, Mom, I reckon I did all right. But that's all over now.
Well, when was it that her and you made up, Cedric?
Well, we ain't exactly made up, Mr. Abner.
Oh, you ain't?
No, Mom. See, here's how it is. About 3 or 4 months ago, her and me got ourselves engaged.
Engaged?
Yes, Mom.
Why, Cedric, we hunt. I never knowed that.
Yeah, I never told nobody.
Well, why didn't you tell me and Lum?
Well, it was a sort of a secret engagement, I think.
Oh, I see. Secret, huh?
Yes, Mom. I kept it a secret from everybody.
Well?
Never told nobody about it. Fact is, I never even told Clarabelle. Kept it a secret from her, too.
Oh.
Started to tell her a couple of times, but I never.
Well, I reckon it is best not to spread them things around till you're sure it's going to work out all right. Well, go ahead, Cedric. What's the rest of the story?
Well, then Gomer Bates come along, and he sort of taken Clarabelle away from me.
Yeah, I know that.
And Clarabelle wouldn't go no place with me no more.
No.
Wouldn't hardly even talk to me on the telephone.
Hmm.
Then her and her little sister told me she never wanted to see me again in her whole life as long as she lived.
Oh, well, she oughtn't to have said that now.
And then this morning her little sister told me that Clarabelle was going steady with Gomer and they was fixing to get engaged.
Oh, my goodness.
So here's what I decided to do, Mr. Abbott.
Well, now, Cedric, I hope you ain't studied up nothing rash.
Well, I believe it's the thing for me to do, though, Mr. Abner.
Well, I hope it's the right thing. What is it?
I've got my mind made up.
Well, what is it, Cedric?
Mr. Abner, I've decided I'm going to break off my engagement with Clarabelle.
Your engagement?
Yes, Mom. Going to do it. Sure am.
Well, it don't appear to me like you've got an engagement to break off, Cedric.
I don't care. I'm going to do it anyways. Oh, sure.
Well, things being like this, I reckon that is the best altitude for you to take, Cedric. It'll make you happier and set things right in your own mind. Why, that's the thing for you to do, I reckon.
Well, I'm going to do it, too. I don't believe it'd work out good no other way.
No, of course not.
There'd be me engaged to Clarabelle, Clarabelle engaged to Gomer, and, well, I don't know. I believe the three of us wouldn't get along very good together. Special since I hate and despise Gomer so.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, Cedric. And I believe getting shut of Clarabelle is going to be a good thing for you, too. More likely a girl like her all us give you trouble, Cedric.
Special with Gomer in there.
Yeah, and she don't appear like the kind of a girl that you could learn anything to. And ain't but one kind that makes a good woman, Cedric. That's the kind you can learn them how to do anything you tell them to.
Yes, Mom.
Well, now, like, for instance, that's the way I got Elizabeth learned.
Oh, you got Miss Elizabeth learned good?
Just like a lion tamer's got his lions learned, Cedric.
Oh, well, good for you.
Oh.
Can she do some tricks?
Well, no, but she does what I tell her to. I could call her up right now and, well, tell her to get out there in the garden and start hoeing, and I know she'd get out there and just hoe for all she's worth.
Oh, I don't believe you could, Mr. Abner. Do you have to take a chair in one hand and a pistol in the other like they do at the circus?
No, I don't do that. Just call her. My word is law around that place, I'll tell you that. I am the master of my home, I think.
Well, I don't believe you could do that today.
Oh, yes, I could. Well, I could do it right now.
No, Miss Elizabeth ain't home today. She went out to the Barton place.
Barton place? How do you know, Cedric?
Well, she stopped by our place this morning on her way out there, and I heard her tell my mama about it.
Oh, because that's cuter. She never mentioned nothing about it to me. What she went out there for?
Miss Barton asked her to come over and help her make a wedding dress for Mildred.
A wedding dress?
Yes, Mom.
Is Mildred fixing to get married?
Oh, yes, Mom. She's going to the Army camp where Ernest Macmillan's stationed at, and they're going to have a military wedding. I think that's what she said.
Well, I do know. Well, good for little Mildred and Ernest. Well, and Elizabeth's going to help make Mildred's dress, huh?
Yes, Mom. I heard her tell my mama that she was going to sew on the train today.
Well, that's awful thoughty. Sew on a train? Is that what she said?
Yes, Mom. I hear her with my own ears, I believe.
Well, if that don't beat the bugs of fighting, couldn't she just sew the dress here at home and let Mildred take it with her after it was done? Now, why does Elizabeth have to get on a train to do the sewing?
I don't know. I heard her say it. That's all I know.
I bound you that dress is already done, Cedric. Elizabeth's just using this as an excuse to tag along and go to that wedding. That's just about what she's doing.
Well, is Miss Elizabeth going clean to the Army camp with Mildred?
Why, of course she is. If there's one thing that woman loves, is going to wedding, riding on trains. She'll do might nigh anything to do that.
She will.
Oh, yes, I'm dogged. Now, why she never told me nothing about it, I don't know. Well, I reckon I do, too, for she knowed good and well I wouldn't let her go traipsing off all over the country this way. Very is a grown-up woman like her sneaking off to a wedding. I ain't going to let her get away with this neither, Cedric.
What you going to do about it, Mr. Evans?
Well, I'm going to stop her, that's what. She's got to go to the county seat before she can get on the train. Maybe we can catch her before she gets there. I'll tell you what, I'll call up Miss Barton and see how long ago she left. And while I'm doing that, you run over home and get your car, Cedric, and come back over
I
here.
can't, Mr. Ebner. I can't. I've taken all the tires off from it. I'll give them to the giver man.
Oh, my. We'll go in there on the rims and go on, get it. This is important. Let's see now, what's the Barton's ring? It's short and along the short, I'll recollect now. Maybe she ain't left there yet. I'll learn her a thing or two. I won't stand for it. I won't do it.
Very easy riding on them rims, Mr. Abner.
I don't care. We got to do it, Cedric. That's all there are to it. This ain't... Hello? Is that you, Miss Barton? Has Elizabeth left yet? She has, huh? How long ago? Oh, my goodness. Well, I ain't got time to talk to you now, Miss Barton. Goodbye. All right, doggy, did you hear that, Cedric?
No, Mama. I weren't listening on the telephone.
Well, she left there about an hour ago. That means she's on the train by now, just sure as a whirl.
Do you still want me to get my car, Mr. Abner?
No, ain't no use now. I got to study up some other way of stopping her. Dad blame that woman running off to weddings without telling me who's going to get my supper permit tonight. That's what I'd like to know.
I don't know. Do you want to come over and eat with us tonight?
Well, I reckon I'll have to. Can't sit around here and starve to death. Maybe I'll eat with Lum, though. His cooking ain't awful good, but it's better than nothing.
Wasn't that our ring there?
I don't know. It might have been, Cedric.
Ain't you going to answer it?
No, I ain't got time for answering no phones and such. Answer it for me, Cedric. Go ahead, Dad. Blame that woman.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it this way. Hello, jot 'em down, store and stuff. Mr. Cedric talking.
Can't understand.
Mom? Oh, yeah, he's here. Just a minute.
I don't want to talk to nobody now.
Yeah, but it's Miss Elizabeth, your woman.
Elizabeth? Well, if she ain't got a nerve calling up at a time like... Give me that phone. Give it here, Cedric. Give it here. Now, listen here, Elizabeth. You stop this foolishness and get right off of that train. You know what I'm talking about. Cedric told me that you was helping to make a wedding dress for Mildred Barton and that you was going to sew on a train today. So don't try to act innocent. Now, you do as I tell you and get off that train. Why, you are, too. I'll hear it all about it. Now, you get back home and fix my supper for me and don't give me no back talk. Elizabeth, I said don't give me no back talk. Goodbye. See, Cedric, that's the way you got to talk to him.
Oh, well, will Miss Elizabeth sure enough get off the train now?
Why, of course she will. I told her to, didn't I?
Yes, Mom. Gosh, this sure is wonderful, ain't it, Mr. Abner?
You mean the way I got control over my woman?
No, I mean them having telephones on the trains that way.
telephones on trains.
Yes, Mom. Scientific is sure wonderful.
Why, Cedric, you ain't got no telephones on trains. Where'd you ever get such a silly idea as that?
Well, wasn't Miss Elizabeth talking to you on one of them just now?
Why, of course she weren't talking. How?
In fact, she talked to me, too, didn't she?
Oh, doggies, wait a minute here, Cedric. There's something curious around here. She couldn't have been on no train.
She couldn't have.
Why, of course not. Fair eyed is her trying to make me believe she's on a train when she weren't at all. I'll bound you she's right here in town, Summers. Might even be over home for all I know.
Well, how did she get there so fast?
I don't know, doggy, Cedric. I don't know what's getting into that woman.
On the rims, I bet you.
No, she never told me no stories like this before. I've got to give her a good talking to. I can see that right now. Yes, sir, that's just what I'm going to do.
Won't that your ring again, Mr.
I answer it, Cedric. I got to study on this for a while. Can't understand.
There's somebody calling from a train. I love it. Hello, John, I'm down store and Cedric Wehunt talking in the library. Mom?
Well, as I've got her...
No, Mom, he's feeling all right, I think. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. There's Miss Elizabeth again, Mr. Abner.
Elizabeth? Well, where'd she try to make out like she's calling from this time?
From home, I reckon, 'cause she said... just called up the other time to find out why you ain't got home to supper yet.
How?
She says it's all ready for you.
Oh, so she's finally decided to get my supper ready, huh? Well, all right. Hand me my hat there, Cedric.
Yes, Mom. You want me to lock up for you?
No, sir. We'll lock up together, Cedric, 'cause I'm going home with you.
With me?
Yes, sir. I'll show that woman a thing or two. You've just got to treat 'em this way, Cedric. It's the only way to learn 'em. All the way.
Good evening. Here are Amos and Andy with their guest tonight, Victor Moore. Well, last week the Kingfish had an accident. He received a slight brush from a passing automobile. There were no apparent injuries, but he convinced himself that he was a victim of shock. On that basis, he tried to collect from his insurance company. However, he got an additional shock when the insurance company rightfully refused to pay. Still determined to cash in on the incident, he is concentrating all of his efforts on suing the motorist who hit him. He is remaining at home in bed, taking good care of his injuries so they won't disappear before he can collect.
Honey, I'm ready for my lunch now. Bring it to me in bed here, will you?
George Stevens, is you still in that bed?
Yeah, well, what do you expect, honey? Don't forget, I am still suffering from that accident, and I ain't supposed to hurt myself. I hardly got the strength to go down to see these doctors every day like I've been doing.
Well, you seem to have the strength to stop by the pool room on your way home and spend 3 hours.
I know, honey, but believe me, I ain't shooting my best game.
Let me tell you something, George. I'm getting sick and tired of you laying around this house in your pajamas. And I'm also getting sick and tired of you laying in bed eating your meals.
Yeah, well, I just on a liquid diet.
What you talking about, liquid diet? First time I ever heard of anybody drinking pork chops.
All right, honey, all right. If that's the way you feel about it, I don't ask much out of this life. Look like I'm going to get even less than that. You seem to forget that I has been hit serious by automobile. Right now, I is hoovering between life and death. And if you must know the worst, it's only laying here in my pajamas that keeps me hoovering.
Well, all I got to say is you better learn how to hoover with your clothes on.
Oh, getting huffy, huh? Well, I can get huffy, too.
George Stevens, you listen to me.
And you listen to me.
Get out of that bed.
Who are you talking to?
You! Get out of that bed.
All right, getting out. I'll get out.
I don't know why you don't get out from here and get yourself a job.
Oh, honey, stop worrying. I'm going to sue the motorist that hit me, and we're going to have all the money that we need.
Well, tell me this, Kingfish. Is you going ahead with the suit against the motorist anyway?
Certainly I'm going ahead with it. Yeah, I just been to a new doctor, or a great specialist, top man.
Who was he?
Oh, a fine doctor, Andy. Around town, they call him Anatomy Joe. Yeah, he examined me from head to foot.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with you?
First of all, he can tell from the way I walk that my metabolism is off center.
Is it bad?
It's cracked right half in two.
Tell me this, what part of your body is the metabolism in?
Oh, now that's the trouble. That's one thing that science don't know. And that's why I might have to go through life with a cold compress all over me. That's what I might have to do.
Well, how does things stand now with the lawsuit? Gabby Gibson working on the case, ain't he?
Oh, by the way, I see Gabby this morning, Kingfish, and he's working hard on it.
Good.
But he said the only thing he can do right now is to tread water.
Yeah, there's a fine thing. While he's treading water, I is drowning, though.
Yeah, but don't blame Gabby. Gabby says this case is going to be a hard thing to settle in court.
Yeah, well, then how is I going to settle the thing?
Well, why don't you dicker with the man?
Wait a minute. I just had an idea, fella. I was reading in the newspaper about how these big companies settle a lot of things. They brings in what is known as a arbitrator.
What's that again?
Yeah, who?
Arbitrator. That's a third party that ain't got no interest in the case, and this third party hears all the facts, and then he decides who is right and who is wrong.
Yeah, well, that's all I ask. A man that'll be fair to both sides. A man that's full of integrity and honest. Yeah. Now, let me see. Who could we get? How about Jimmy Clark?
He's still in jail, ain't he?
Yeah, that's right. Too bad. He'd have made a good arbitrator, too.
Yeah.
When you was with me at the time of the accident, Amos, now, look here, you got the motorist address and all that stuff. Would you go to see him, Amos, and kind of sound out the motorist on this arbitrator thing?
Well, I tell you, all right, I'll do it for you, Kingfish.
And look here, and tell him that if it's all right with him, I'll hire the arbitrator, even pay him the arbitration fee and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, all right then. I'll go over and see the motorist right now. So long.
Okay, Amos, thank you. Wait a minute, Andy, where are you going?
Well, I got to go over to see Madam Queen. She says she wants to see me about something important.
Oh, how you all getting along? Pretty good?
I don't call over 5 or 6 times a day now. I give it the hard-to-get treatment. Madam Queen, how is you?
Oh, why, Andy, dear, come on in and sit down.
Yeah. What's on your mind, honey?
Oh, Andy, the reason I wanted to see you is... oh, honey, I'm going to a formal affair tomorrow night, and I thought maybe you'd like to take me.
Yeah, did you say formal?
Oh, yes, it's formal from head to toe. You got a full dress suit, ain't you, honey?
Oh, sure, yeah. Sure, I got one, but it's at the cleaners now. I was having it dyed black.
Well, now, look here, honey. I got to have a man to go with me that's got a dress suit. Now, do you want to go, or is I got to shop around? You know, this is leap year, and I's the leaping type.
Yeah. You mean if I don't get a full dress suit, you're going to take some other man?
And today you is face to face with the brutal facts.
Well, listen, honey, please give me a chance. I think I might be able to whip up a pair of full dress pants someplace. Then I could keep my overcoat on all evening.
What you talking about? This is a formal dinner party. What would you do when you sit down to dinner and you had to take off your overcoat?
Oh, well, I'd have on a bathrobe underneath.
Now, look here, Andy. If you ain't got the whole outfit, let me know, because I got to make other arrangements. Maybe I'll ask Harold Adams to go with me.
Oh, why you got to take a bum like that? Listen, honey, I'll get a full dress suit someplace. I can rent one for $5. I'll dig up some money. Oh, sweetheart, please don't take one of them other bums. Take me.
Yeah, Brother Andy, everything is all set.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that. Everything come out all right. Huh?
Yeah, Amos done talked to the motorist, and he is to settle the thing with the arbitrator. And he gonna let me pick the man.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yeah, now I got to get busy on this arbitrator because we're going to have the hearing tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I got some news for you, Kingfish. I've been looking around for you.
Oh, good.
I think I got the man for you.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes, sir. A man that's fair, square, and honest, and loaded with integrity.
Uh-huh.
A man that ain't never made a false step in his whole life.
Good.
A man whose reputation is above approach.
Yeah.
A man who stands in his community like the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, sounds great, Andy. Who's the man?
Kingfish? It's me.
Well, bless my soul. Here I is, been talking to the greatest arbitrator in the world and didn't realize it.
Yeah. Say, by the way, you say something about you was going to pay the arbitrator, didn't you?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, Kingfish, I got a little unfinished business that I got to do about renting a full-dress suit, and I was just wondering, what is the OPA ceiling on arbitrators?
Oh, the arbitrator will get a nice fee, of course. He got to lean a little.
Well, how much money do I get?
Well, now, you get what is known as the entry fee. And then, of course, there's always a possibility of a bonus. We call that in the law circles the bonus after decision, or money through the back door later. That's what that is.
Yeah. Well, could we get $5 through the front door before the mess starts? You see, I got to get a full-dress suit.
Well, I think I can arrange it. I'll have the money for you in the morning. Now, you study up on being an arbitrator and be all set by tomorrow. Now, I think I'll get on home now.
Yeah. Okay, Kingfish. If you see Lightning out in the lodge hall, tell him to come in here, will you?
Yeah. All right, I'll tell him. So long, Andy, old pal arbitrator. See you later.
Yeah, so long. I'll show Madam Queen that I is just as good as that bum Harold Adams. You think he's going to cut me out? He got another thing coming.
Madam Queen's beauty shop.
Hello, honey. This is Andy.
Oh, yes, Andy.
Well, I can take you to that dinner party tomorrow night. I can take off my overcoat, too.
Oh, honey, that's great. You got the money for the full-dress suit?
I sure is.
Andy, you is my man. See you tomorrow night, honey.
I'll be there, baby. Goodbye. True love is a wonderful thing, ain't it? Come in, Lightning. Come in. Come in.
You want to see me, Miss Andy?
Yeah. Listen, go over to the Elite Clothing Rental Company right away and tell Sam to set aside a $5 full-dress suit for me for tomorrow, size 44. Tell him I'll pick it up tomorrow and pay him.
Size 44 in a full-dress suit, huh?
Yeah, and tell him I don't want that suit that he's been renting to Swayback Smith, neither. That guy bulges in different places than I do.
You gonna get all dressed up tomorrow night, Miss Andy?
You said it. Going first class, Lightning. And another thing. On your way over, stop by my room and pick up my light tan button shoes and get them shined. When I goes formal, I goes 100%.
All right, Miss Andy.
Go over there and reserve that suit for me right away now, Lightning. Hurry up.
Yes, sir. I'll whiz right over there.
Well, today is the day that the boys are going to get together with the motorist and try to arrive at a financial settlement with Andrew Brown as arbitrator. Right now, Andy decided to drop in on Gabby Gibson, self-styled lawyer and business advisor, for a few pointers on the art of arbitration.
Hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Andy. Glad to see you. Come right in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, have a cigar. Here's a cigar for you. Now, what can I do for you, Andy? What can I do for you?
Well, don't you remember, Gabby, you said you was going to give me some free advice?
Oh, free advice. Now, listen, Andy, you don't smoke cigars. I'll take it back and put it right back in my pocket.
Yeah, well, like I told you over the phone, Gabby, the Kingfish is going to settle that case with the motorists by arbitrating.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad I ain't handling that case no more. That's a dead duck. That's a bad case.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be the arbitrator in the thing, and I was just wondering if you can tell me exactly how to work it.
I can tell you exactly what to do in very few words. Yes, indeed, in very few words.
Yeah, what's that?
Now, the first thing you got to do, Andy, you listen to each one, plead the case, each one at a time. Remember, you as the arbitrator, they depend on you. Let the Kingfish talk first if you want. Let the Kingfish talk. Listen to every word he say. Listen careful. Then let the other man do his talking. Let him talk too. Listen to both sides of the case. Listen to both sides careful. Don't forget the Kingfish is going to think he's right and the man's going to think he's right. Both think they're right. You stand right in the middle and listen to everything. They say, listen to every word. Let them talk. Let them talk as much as they want. Work themselves up good. Let them get fighting mad. Then the next next thing they're going to turn to you. They'll look at you for a decision. Speak right up, man, and tell them who's right and who's wrong. Tell them who's right, and after you give your decision, after you give it, there's just one thing for you to do. One thing. Run out of there as fast as you can.
Come on in the office, Brother Anderson. Sit down. Is you all ready for the arbitration?
Where's the motorist, Kingfish?
Now, Amos is going to meet him and bring him here, but before they get here, I want to have a little talk with you, because, old pal arbitrator, I love you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to try to be fair and square about this thing when I start this arbitrating mess.
Oh, I want you to be fair and square, Ander. I don't want you to be influenced by the $5 that I'm going to give you, that you need for the full dress suit. And I don't want you to even be influenced by the back door fee that I'm going to give you for leaning the right way, which might run as high as $25 cash on the line, no waiting.
Yeah. Well, Kingfish, this case is going to be decided on the facts alone.
Yeah.
I stands here prepared to give a fair and unbiased decision in your favor.
Well, you must know that the way that motorist drive, he ain't got no regard for human life.
Yeah.
A fella like that never think of a poor pedestrian.
Yeah, you're right.
Of course, there's another angle to it, too. By hitting me with his automobile and knocking me down, he might have kept me from ever going to work again.
Yeah, well, that showed that he can't be all bad.
Now, you got everything straight about the right way to be the arbitrator, ain't you, Andy?
Oh, sure, I is all set. Now, there's only one thing that I want to check on, Kingfish. We can't get in no trouble on this, can we, with the government?
Oh, no, Andy, this is a city thing. It ain't even state or United States. Oh, if we was messing with the federal government, that's a different thing. That's something to worry about, but this is just...
Yeah, well, the way I figures,
Oh, me... Tell them to come in, Andy.
Come in.
Well, hello there, fellas. This is Andrew Brown. Andy, this is Mr. Victor Moore.
Glad to meet you.
Hello. Mr. Brown, I'm glad to meet you.
Yeah, well, I guess you know Mr. Stevens here. He's the man that you knocked down in the accident.
Oh, I didn't recognize you standing up, Mr. Stevens.
How you do, sir? Excuse me for not shaking hands, Mr. Moore, but I am so weak from the accident that I just ain't got the strength.
It upset me just seeing you get hit. I should have closed my eyes.
Mr. Brown here is going to be the arbitrator in the case. I guess y'all want to get started.
Yeah, I sure would like to get the thing over with so I can get home and get to bed. With this brain concussion that I got in the accident, makes me pretty weak, you know.
Did you say brain concussion?
Yeah.
What is that, Mr. Stevens?
Well, let me see. The best way to explain it to you, you know what a fracture of the skull is.
Oh, sure. I know what that is.
Well, a concussion is what the medical circles call a fracture in the $1,500 class.
I see. Sort of a headache and 4 figures, eh?
Well, come on. Let's get the thing started.
Yeah, well, I want to get on out of here, so here you are. Here is my statement. Y'all can read it after I've gone. Well, so long, everybody.
So long.
Read it. What is it?
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to hear what he says.
Yeah, well, Amos say here, it seemed to me that if the driver of the car was looking straight ahead, he could have stopped.
You know that fella Amos is pretty smart when it come right down to it.
And he say here, on the other hand, I don't think the Kingfish was looking where he was going neither, and he was jaywalking in the middle of the block. That is all I know, signed Amos Jones.
That fella Amos is a dummy if ever I seen one. Not only that, I moves that we throws that out.
Yes, a fellow like that has no right watching an accident.
Well, gentlemen, we'll now start the testimony on the case between the walking pedestrian and the riding pedestrian. Everything is official from now on. Mr. Moore, you will be known as the injurer, and Mr. Stevens will be known as the injuree. Now, Mr. Stevens, plead your case.
Yes, Mr. Brown, let me stand up here. No, I can't make it.
Take it easy, Mr. Stevens. Don't hurt yourself.
Mr. Arbitrator, reckless motorist, gentlemen. It all happened on a bright, sunshiny day. I had everything to live for. Me and my friend Amos Jones was in the prime of crossing the street when I was suddenly, criminal, brutally, and without malice and forethought, I was cut down like a weed. By a reckless motorist, I was thrown to the cement where my defenseless body lay with terrible bruises and sprains.
Did I do all that?
Yes, sir. And I suffered the pangs and pains of cruel agonies, all of which I will itemarize later. I was an innocent victim. That is what happened to me.
Yeah, well, after reconsidering the case from every angle, I awards the verdict to the injury, Mr. George Kingfish Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Any point to me telling my side of the story?
Well, all right. If you don't take too long, I got to get out of here and get a full-dress suit. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Well, what I have to say is that I was driving along in my automobile on this same bright, sunny afternoon. I was carefree. My eyes had a sparkle to them, I guess. I don't know much about traffic laws. Well, I must have been looking elsewhere, and all of a sudden, I felt a bump. It seems that I suddenly, criminally, and brutally cut down Mr. Stevens here, like a weed.
Oh, right.
I was a reckless driver. Mr. Stevens was knocked to the cement where his defenseless body lay, with the bruises and sprains. So you see, Mr. Brown, there are two sides to every story.
Yeah. Well, as the arbitrator, I got to figure out the difference between the two sides.
Mr. Brown, wait a minute, will you? Do me a favor. Rule out my testimony. I like his better.
You got anything more to say in your defense, Mr. Moore? You claiming anything?
Well, my fender, a little wax, though, would fix that. It seems my fender was scratched a little by the buttons on your coat. I hope I didn't break any of the buttons.
All right, arbitrator, is you ready to hear the itemized bill?
Well, listen, Kingfish, I'm going to be late for the formal affair if I don't get out of here now. Could you let me have the $5?
Just a minute, Andy. We got to get into the finance settlement and see what we got coming to me here.
It's been so pleasant up to now. Won't talking about money spoil everything?
Mr. Moore, you have got your back to the wall, and we want to be easy with you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. I feel the same way about you.
Yeah, now here's the list of what I claim. $1,500 for concussion of the head. $500 for sprains and bruises. $200 mental anguish, and about $150 sprinkled over the rest of my body. Now, that grand totals up to $2,300. Now, if you'll take my advice, Mr. Moore, you'll make out a check for that right away and take advantage of the 10% discount.
Yeah, give Mr. Stevens the $2,300 and let's get out of here. I got a date.
Well, now, I haven't got that money handy. I don't even have it unhandy.
Well, as arbitrator, I know that Mr. Stevens is anxious to get his money.
Yeah, when you going to give it to me?
Well, I guess I'll have to go to my superiors. After all, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to bring them into it, but I guess I'll have to ask their help in the matter.
Yeah, get their help. Well, where does you work?
Well, I'm proud to tell you that I happen to be a federal man.
Yeah, well, if you would go to what's that?
Yeah, what'd you say, Mr. Moore?
I said I happen to be a federal man.
Oh, federal man. yeah. I'm crazy about federal men, yeah. Yeah, you know, Mr. Moore, the reason we asked you to come here is because we want you to be happy about this thing, too.
Oh, you know? Yes, sir. As the arbitrator, I gives the verdict to you, Mr. Moore. I'm crazy about federal men, too.
Yeah, sir. And I was just trying to show you, in kind of a joking way, what could have happened to me. Of course, just between the three of us, I feel fine, Mr. Moore.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. And you don't think I'd better bring the matter up with the federal people?
Oh, no, sir. Don't bring it up with them. No, sir.
No, just forget the whole thing, Mr. Moore. That'd help us a lot.
Yeah, sir, and one thing more I want to say.
What is that, Mr. Stevens?
Well, I got a $5 bill for the arbitrator. Here it is right here.
Yeah.
But me and the arbitrator want you to take this $5 bill and get your car waxed all over with it.
Yeah, even under the bottom. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. You're the nicest pedestrian I ever hit. Well, goodbye. I hope to run into you again sometime.
And I'm telling you, we got out of that just by the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, I talked to Madam Queen on the phone, and that other bum, Harold Adams, is taking her out by the skin of my teeth, too.
Well, I lost $2,300, and you was done lost out with Madam Queen.
Well, that's better than being in jail.
And the one good thing about us working together, we always know us, though, when we was getting in a jam.
You said it. Come in, Amos. Come in.
Hello there, fellas. What's new?
Amos, we has done dropped the case against the motorist.
Oh, sure enough?
Oh, Amos, you was looking at the two of the luckiest guys in town.
Yeah, we was in a jam like we ain't never been in, but we slipped out of it just like two eels.
Oh, you did, huh?
Oh, Amos, you never know who you was dealing with.
And that fellow was pretty nice about the whole thing, too.
He sure was. Do you know something, Amos?
What's that?
Tell him, Kingfish.
Amos, that man Moore happened to be a federal man.
Oh, I know he was. I picked him up at his place, the Federal Loan and Savings Company. He's the janitor down there.
And be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time for another Amos and Andy show. For at that time, Andy will be in one of the greatest picklements you have ever... Oh, by the way, do any of you happen to know whether Andy was ever married? Well, next Friday night, perhaps you can find out, so tune in, will you? Our thanks to Victor Moore for being with us tonight. He appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producer of the Technicolor picture, Lady in the Dark. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. One more thing. Now, I know most of you are saving used fats, but don't overlook any bets for salvaging. Skim the fat off the top of soups and off the bottom of your roaster, too, and turn them in promptly. They'll all add up to extra points for you. Now, this is Toby Reed batting for Harlow Wilcox, speaking for all of us and wishing all of you a pleasant good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen. On a show and its orchestra, singing glee with a smooth East Street. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston. A quiz question, friends, and it will pay you to know the answer. Ready for the question? All right. What is an easy way to serve the family a swell main course for dinner that costs but a few cents?
There's no magic about it. Just open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M, and bake according to the simple directions on the label. Takes only a jiffy, and you'll set before the family a delicious taste surprise that satisfies even the huskiest appetite. That's because Spam is grand-tasting meat, and baked, it certainly makes a hit. The perfect combination of juicy pork shoulder and ham meat, originated by Hormel, gives Spam extra flavor, extra goodness. Try a Spam bake for dinner tomorrow. Just be sure you ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M Spam. And here they are, the stars of our Big Happy's family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very, very much. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, George, where's Gracie?
She's not here. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
George, can you do a show without Gracie?
Certainly I can do a show without her. Do you think I need Gracie?
Certainly, Bud. He needs Gracie about as much as Dorothy Lamour needs a sarong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Well, listen, I happen to have a lot of talent that... Well, I'll answer you later. Hello?
This is Spam's meet. I'm Gracie Allen speaking.
Gracie, where are you? We're doing a broadcast, and you're supposed to be here.
I couldn't get down on account of my granddaddy's very sick. He was on the floor all last night, and we're awfully worried.
He was on the floor?
Yes.
What about the bed?
Well, we couldn't use that. We had a party here last night. Where could we put the hats and coats?
Well, Gracie, where's your granddaddy now?
He's down in the kitchen with a temperature of 105, and we're awfully
He has
worried.
a temperature of 105?
Yes, and we're...
Well, why'd you got him in the kitchen?
Well, he's defrosting the icebox.
Your granddaddy's in the Frigidaire?
For 7 hours.
Well, aren't you afraid he'll freeze?
Oh, that's impossible. Every hour we open the Frigidaire and ask him if he's cold. He doesn't answer.
Look, Gracie, we're doing a broadcast.
Really? What station? I must listen in.
Well, never mind. There's a smart idea, putting a man with a temperature in a Frigidaire. I suppose to cure him, they'll put an ice pack on his head and a hot water bottle on his feet.
Oh, George, all they need to use is a can of Spam.
Can of Spam?
Sure, cold or hot, it hits the spot.
Oh, yes. But you're a regular Dr. Kildare. Look, everybody, not that I need Gracie, but I think we ought to go over to Gracie's house and do the broadcast. Might make an old man happy.
Well, if it's going to make you happy, George, let's go.
Oh. Quiet.
Bueno, podemos hacer una cosa. Yo tengo un carro nuevo. Si quieren, yo
again,
puedo llevar.
Yes, guitar player, I know. What is it, Senor Lee?
Why don't you drive down in my car? I just got a brand new rooster.
A rooster?
Si, senor. A car made by General Motors.
It's not General Motors, it's General Motors.
Oh.
A mother is, well, for example, when you were a baby, who combed your hair?
That's what I'd like to know. The part isn't straight.
Well, quiet. Come on, everybody. We got to get to Gracie's house. Oh, well, here we are at Gracie's house. I'll ring the doorbell.
George, you better knock on the door. The bell doesn't work.
Well, this is the house, all right.
Oh, hello, George. When did you get here?
Well, I give up.
Hello, everybody.
Gracie, do you know that you're not all there?
I know. I just had my tonsils removed.
Tonsils removed? That annoys me. That's all I've got.
Say, Gracie, what's the matter with your granddaddy?
Oh, he doesn't take care of himself. He inhales cigars.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Well, most people just inhale the smoke.
Look, Gracie, you'll have to excuse me if I run away just before the broadcast is over. You see, I've got a date with a little redhead, and she won't wait.
Where?
A redhead? Say, Poopsie, how do you get all these gals?
Well, why shouldn't he? George is a good dancer, he's a swell dresser, he's romantic, spends lots of money. Continued on next page.
Artie, don't read that part.
Well, come on, everybody.
Say,
Right through this long...
Gracie, what is this? You've got barbed wire on the banisters?
Well, you know my granddaddy likes to slide down the banisters.
Oh, I see, and that stops him.
No, it doesn't stop him, but it slows him down a bit.
I think I know what you mean.
It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Who are they?
Oh, they've been living here for over a year.
Well, who are they?
I don't know.
Gracie, you know, this house is filled with imbeciles.
Well, I better tell Granddaddy you're all here.
Well, never mind that. We better start the broadcast.
What's tonight's program about, George?
It's about Thanksgiving.
What's that?
What's that? Look, Gracie, as far back as you can remember, what always happened in November?
Roosevelt was elected.
Well, I'll try to explain it to you.
All right.
You see, in 1620, the first Americans arrived in a new land to make a fresh start.
Uh-huh.
They decided to build homes. And do you know one of the first things they did?
They applied for FHA loans.
FHA loans didn't come until 300 years later.
Well, you've got to go through a lot of red tape before you get the money.
Anyway, these people were called Puritans.
What's that?
What's that? Did you ever read of those people who suffered and were punished in stocks?
Oh, in 1929, some of my best friends were Puritans.
Well, anyway, these people were so grateful for finding a freedom in a new country that they killed a turkey and called it Thanksgiving.
Oh, what a cute name for a turkey.
And the custom still remains. Even today, we chop the heads off turkeys.
How can you knock off all their heads at once?
A turkey only has one head.
Then where do all the necks come from? Last year, my sister got a neck, my brother got a neck, my uncle got a neck.
Oh, well, this is the end.
That's the part my daddy got.
Look, Smoothies, Bab, Charlie, and Little, will you sing a song while I try to explain to Gracie what Thanksgiving is? Please.
In a dinky honky-tonky village in Texas, there's a guy who plays the best piano by far. He can play piano anywhere that you like it, but the style he likes the best is to the bar. When he plays the ball, he's the daddy of them all. The people gather around when he gets on stand, and when he plays, he gets a hand. The rhythm he beats puts the cats in a trance. Nobody's there, found him to dance, but when he jams with the bass and guitar, they holler, "Beat me, daddy, get me the bar." Clink, clank, clink, clank, clink, clank, rocking on the keys. Rip, 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 rip it out with ease. But when he jams with the bass and guitar, they holler, "Beat me, daddy, get to the bar, just beat me. Please beat me. Oh, beat me." Just listen to the beat they're playing, ain't to the bar. The looky bug is gonna get you the hunky style rollout. Said you piano man, now beat it, daddy, ain't to the bar. Oh, rockin' in rhythm, well, alright. And the junk rock with them, well, alright. Lead me 7 to the bar, boy. I want an off-beat kick.
I got the boogie-woogie style and I'm swinging on a gate.
Well, alright.
I got the solid rhythm in me and I got to syncopate.
Well, alright. Now that everybody's happy, there's nothing left to do. So, Mr. Piano Man, we're gonna leave it to you. Well, alright. Beat me, daddy, daddy, beat me. Hey, to the bar.
Gracie, I've never seen a house like this. People walking around and nobody knowing them. And this furniture. What kind of furniture is this?
Well, it comes from the Hollywood Furniture Company.
Yeah, but what about the period?
Oh, pardon me. It comes from the Hollywood Furniture Company, period.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, say, Gracie, where's your kitchen? I want to get a Spam wing.
Oh, Bud, we haven't got any Spam in the Frigidaire.
No Spam in the Frigidaire?
Not in the Frigidaire. Spam doesn't need any refrigeration.
Oh, shucks. I forgot. I'll hate myself in the morning.
Oh! 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 Oh!
What's that?
That's my granddaddy. He's sliding down the banister.
He's sliding down a barbed wire banister?
Well, he does it 20 times a day, and the doctor told him to stop.
Well, I imagine he would.
Sure. It's bad for his heart.
Well, I hope the kid makes a 3-point landing.
It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
Gracie, these fellas have been living in your house for over a year and you don't know who they are?
That's right.
Well, why don't you ask them?
I don't talk to strangers.
Well, this is some house.
George, I better go and find Granddaddy and give him his medicine. You see, he hasn't got a nurse anymore.
Oh, he had a nurse, huh?
Yes. And the only way he'd take his medicine was when the nurse would kiss him after every teaspoonful. It was awful stuff.
Bitter, huh?
No, he has many teeth.
Well, let's get this over with. All right, let's find your granddaddy and give him this medicine. Boy, what a house. I've never seen. Hey, Soundman, 4 years in Harvard. Why are you sitting out in the hall all by yourself, sulking?
A big Harvard-Yale game this year, and I won't be there.
Well, why don't you go?
Not after the sad experience I had last year. There I was at the stadium. It was the last quarter. The score was 0-0. Just as Yale was making a touchdown, somebody stuck a gun in my back and held me up.
Well, there were millions of people there. Why didn't you yell?
What? And have them think I was rooting for Yale?
Well, come on, Gracie.
Hey, George. When you meet this little red-headed girl tonight, why don't you take her to the Follies Bergère? It's a swell show.
Ah, those girly shows are all the same, Artie. Take away their feathers and their little umbrellas, and what have you got?
High blood pressure.
Oh, quiet.
Well, here's Granddaddy's room.
Well, look, Gracie, before we all go in, what's the matter with your granddaddy?
Well, we really don't know. In the middle of the night, we heard strange noises, and we ran into Granddaddy's room, and there he was shaking all over.
He was shaking all over?
Yes.
Well, what did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
Well, what did the doctor do?
Well, he took the Madame Lazanga record off the control, and we all went back to sleep again.
Kid has probably got rheumatism.
Hiya, Grace.
Hiya, Grandpa.
Well, what's the matter, Grandpa? Don't you feel well?
No, Georgie boy. Say, hand me that picture of Hedy Lamarr on a sleeping tablet.
Oh, I can't find Hedy Lamarr's picture. Do you want this one of Van Sheridan?
No, I'm saving her until I feel better. Yahoo!
Well, wait, Grandpa. I'll look in this closet.
It is. It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
I can't see. Gracie, can't somebody else in your family give him the medicine? I've got a date with that little redhead.
Well, my mother's at her sewing club, and my daddy went downtown to vote, and my
Your
brother...
daddy went downtown to vote?
Yes, and my brother...
The election was over 2 weeks ago.
I know, but my daddy's a Republican, and he never gives up.
Gracie, try to understand this. I've got a date with a girl.
Senor Burns,
I can't stand this.
Senor Burns, look out. Don't get excited. You'll break a blood weasel.
Well, don't worry about me. And besides, you said that wrong.
Oh, perdóname. Don't get excited. You'll break a blood weasel.
Well, that's much better.
Hey, buddy boy.
Well, what is it, Granddaddy?
Buddy boy, would you mind reaching in that coat pocket and getting me a cigar?
Oh, what coat, Grandpa?
The one George is wearing.
There aren't any cigars in my pocket.
You mean you didn't get anything with that suit? That was a pretty good one, Corny.
Oh, quiet. Even if I did have a cigar, if I did get a cigar with it, why should I give it to you? You're the tightest old man I ever met. You never gave anybody anything.
Oh, Judge, you shouldn't say that to my granddaddy when he's so sick. He gave you something.
When did he ever give me something?
Tonight.
What did he give me?
The measles.
The measles?
Now, Artie Shaw, his clarinet, and his boys will give us Sugar.
Gracie, but if your granddaddy had the measles, he shouldn't have kept it a secret.
He didn't. He's been spreading it all around.
Why do they ever go into this crazy house? Gracie, what's that?
She's practicing up in the attic.
Who's practicing?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother? Gracie, will you tell your grandmother to stop? We can't continue talking if she's going to make all that noise upstairs. Why, this is the craziest house. Listen to that. Beat, 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 beat. Meat, eat, meat.
I say there, lady, when a-shopping you go, here's some news that you should know. Help me out, George. I've gone this far.
I'll beat it out, bud. A to the bar. Spam is the meat that you should buy. Spam is different, and here is why.
We use pork shoulder to make Spam sweet, and the ham it takes for extra good meat.
The extra good flavor that you get in Spam got there, folks, 'cause we added ham.
Hormel started this new kind of meat, seasoned it better, made it grand to eat.
I say, Senor Burns, serve Spam for lunch. This delicious meat is good to crunch.
Look, Senor Lee, it's crunch, not crunch.
Crunch, crunch.
Crunch, crunch.
You'll buy it all the time if you try it once.
To get the real thing to put on your table, look for this sentence on the Spam can label.
Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Proof that Spam is really different. My, that doesn't fit.
Yeah, that's right, Gracie. That's the worst one yet.
Nothing is just like Spam, my friend.
And so with this, our poem ends. When a-shopping you'd go tomorrow, ma'am, ask for S-P-A-M Spam.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Look, George, if there's a possibility of your having the measles, I wouldn't keep that date with that redhead.
Well, don't worry about me, Artie. I'm going out right now and get myself inoculated.
Well, why do it tonight? Why don't you wait until New Year's Eve?
Look, Gracie, inoculation prevents sickness. You see, millions of germs can live on the head of a pin.
How can they eat that stuff?
They use a knife and fork.
Oh!
Well, I'm going to get out of this house before it's too late.
Hold on there, mister. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going out, officer. Why?
Oh, no, you're not. Nobody leaves this house. It's quarantined.
But I'm George Burns. I haven't got anything.
I've heard you on the air, brother, and you ain't kidding.
Let me tell you
Get
something.
back in there.
Well, this is a fine thing. And I've got myself...
Oh, look who's here. Hello, George. Are you back from your date already? Did you meet that girl? Did you kiss her?
Gracie, I was stopped by a cop.
Oh, that's what always happens in those parked cars.
I knew you'd understand me.
Once I was in a parked car with the freshest fella, and you know what he said to me?
Will you be reasonable?
That's what he said to me.
Oh, stop.
That's what I said to him.
Gracie, I didn't even get out of the door. There's a cop outside. He says your house is quarantined.
He's crazy. It's Ducko.
Well, never mind. I'll see you later. I've got to keep this date. Wonder where this door leads to. Oh, wrong door. Isn't that silly? The broom closet.
Oh, look who's here. Hello, George. When did you get back? Did you have a nice time with the little redhead?
Gracie, I was in the broom closet.
Oh, her husband came home, huh?
Look, I'm trying to get out of this house of yours.
Well, I've got an idea. Let's do what they do in the movies. Now, I'll tie this bed sheet around you and let you out of the window.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Here, put it on me right
Oh, then I'll tie this end of the bed. All right. All ready, George. Climb out of the window.
Well, here I go. Ouch! Gracie! Gracie!
What?
What part of the bed did you tie it to?
The pillow!
The pillow?
Hey, you Burns, I told you the place was quarantined. Now get back in that house.
Well, look who's here. Hello, George. Are you back from the date already? Did you have a nice time with the little redhead?
See, I almost killed myself. I just went through that window.
Oh, her husband came home again, huh?
You know, you could use another ounce of brain.
Not me. I'm overweight now.
No matter where I go, that cop is there. I wish he'd stick to his beat.
Stick to his what?
Beat.
Meat. Spam is the meat
that you should eat. Spam is, I know that. I know. You should try. I know that, but we've done it before. This poetry is going from bad to verse. Oh. It's just a little slip. Look at me. I'm filthy. How can I get washed up?
Just keep on telling those jokes, brother.
Gracie, where's the washroom?
Right down the hall. You can't miss it. It's the one with the gasoline pump in front of it.
Gasoline pump?
Sure. My grandmother's a tourist, and we like to make her feel at home.
Well, I'll go in there and get cleaned up.
It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't. It is.
Wait a minute. All you guys have been doing is arguing. What are you arguing about?
I claim this Thursday is the real Thanksgiving, and Joe says it isn't.
Well, it is. It is. It is.
Keep still. Gracie, I've got to get out of here.
Well, George, why don't you go up on the roof and slide down the drain pipe, and then when you get to the yard...
The drain pipe?
Yeah, when you get to the yard...
The drain pipe?
Oh, pardon me. I was Senor last night.
Oh. Keep on going out with him and you won't be able to speak English.
Senor Burns, when you say that, smile.
Smile?
Yes. S-M-E-L-L. Smile.
That smell.
You're perfect?
Oh, please, everything happens to me. Here I've got a date with a girl, I'm all messed up. I scrape my nose. Huh, what a pickle.
Looks more like a banana.
Oh, yeah? Well, my face happens to be all right. Doesn't bother me.
Maybe that's on account of your standing behind it?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I've just got to get out of here.
Mr. Burns.
What does it sound, man?
Just look at this goldfish bowl. It's a rhapsody in glass. It's made of pure quartz silicate.
Time like this, he's got to impress me with his education. There must be some way out.
Say, Soundman, what happened to the goldfish that were in that bowl? Anthony, what did you do with those goldfish?
Forgive me, Miss Ellen, I couldn't help it. Once a Harvard man, always a Harvard man.
Well, there must be some way out of here.
Soundman, I don't mind your eating the goldfish, but Tom Harmon is going to get pretty angry.
Why, Tom Harmon is that great Michigan football player.
Well, it's also the name of our cat.
You call your cat Tom Harmon?
Well, yeah, that's on account of every time he gets loose, he makes 10 yards.
Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't I think of this before? Gracie, where's the chimney?
Right there.
Well, goodbye, everybody. I'm going up the chimney. What a guy will go through for a woman. Well, here it is. I'm out. There's the blue sky.
Blue sky, nothing. That's my uniform, you see. Get back in there.
Oh!
Look who's here. Hello, George. You back
Quiet.
Will some one person in every family listening tonight do us just one more small favor? All we want to ask is that you remind Mother to get a can of Spam when she goes shopping tomorrow. You'll be doing a bigger favor for yourself because Spam is absolutely the most popular new meat item in a generation. Once you taste Spam's tempting flavor, its tender, meaty goodness, you'll want to serve Spam often. Spam is so easy to prepare. Try it tomorrow. Use the simple recipes on the label. Ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M, Spam. Join the thousands who say, whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at our house, we serve Spam.
Well, but I'm certainly in a fine mess.
Oh, George, I just found out my granddaddy hasn't got the measles.
Well, good. Now I can go and meet my little redhead.
Oh, yeah, then you can say hello to my granddaddy because he went there, too.
Good night, all.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.